weeks. We hung out 3 different days in like over the course of 3 weeks, and then we just kind of, you know, we just didn't talk anymore. So, yeah, I think she's doing fine. She's doing good. And, you know, I'll probably shoot her a text maybe one of these days and check up on her. But yeah, that was a wild run. 3 weeks we talked for, and nothing really came out of it though. It was kind of cool though. It was nice.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming up.
Just a big call out.
And I'm glad you're back.
Yeah, just a real quick big call out for Isan for trying to get into the political world, into that game, running for office, taking these conversations out to the street. At the end of the day, you know, we talk about these things, and look, there's a massive amount of importance and value that we can have by having these conversations in a digital space that allows us to reach our voice far farther than we could out on the street. But at the same time, it's an imperative that we try to figure out how we can impact things with the zeitgeist in our local communities, whether that's via politics, education, the commercial spaces, whatever we can do to try and make a difference and just bring these ideas to more and more people. And so, Isan, big call out, because I know you were out there, you know, hitting the pavement, as they would say, and trying to do something on the political front. So God love you to that, and for that, my friend. So sorry, Joanne, I just wanted to call that out for him.
Oh man, I appreciate that so much, man. You know, I was also thinking this. I was like, you know, I remember like, you know, waking up and like doing this, like, you know, this was like my full-time thing. Like I wasn't working, I wasn't doing anything other than campaigning at the time. And I remember thinking, I was like, this is such a, you know, like I was going for it because I just thought like there was no other answer, that there's no other, you know, way to really fight this system. And even if I, you know, I knew that I was, you know, I was running up against like other, there was no chance I was gonna make it, you know, like I was under like, there's no way. But I also thought like that was something that I had to do, because if I had to at least get to the point where like I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this because I want to make this normal. Like I want normal people to run for office and be like, hey, look, he was able to get this far, you know, maybe I can do it too. And like now that I look back on it, we got Aaron Baker running, you know. You got Fishgate. You got Fishgate guy. You got Matt DeWelder running for, you know, state for agricultural commissioner in Florida. Like you have all of these guys who are like young guys that are actually running for office, and they're all based. And I love that, because I feel like, you know, a lot of, you know, whatever part I played, maybe I didn't play any part, but I feel like I played a part in it, in them all running, and like these young guys getting into the, you know, the political arena now. And I feel like everything that I did was so worth it, because I'm seeing it happen. Like the whole conversation's completely shifted. Like more people that think like I do than, you know, there was any at the time when I was running for office. I was the only one that was like, yo, what the fuck? Like this Israel stuff doesn't make any sense. You know? And I remember I was like doing this interview for this TV station. Like, you know, there was like 6 of us there, and they asked this question about like, you know, Israel, like what they're doing in Gaza, and like everyone's like, oh yeah, you know, I support Israel, I support Israel, and I'm like, it came to me, and I was like, yo, like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm like, you know, if a person like, you know, shot at me and like ran into like a school building, I'm not gonna fucking blow up the entire school to get this guy. Like it makes, what are you guys saying? Like they're supposed to be the most advanced military in the world. Like I was the only guy saying it. Like now everyone is saying it, and I love that, because I feel like, you know, the conversation's completely shifted in 2 years, and I think it has everything to do with you guys, the work that you guys put in, the information you guys put out. I mean, that's how it gets out, and I you know, I'm so grateful for all of it, and God bless, man, and Godspeed.
I love that, and you're exactly right. I mean, the amount of velocity that has been picked up in the last 2 years, it's unbelievable. And the craziest part about it is, in some ways, you know, we could look at this and think that we have hit terminal velocity on this conversation and we are in free fall. The machine is falling apart. The reality, folks, if this is the snowball that's going to become the avalanche, we are still in the early phases of the Frosty the Snowman snowball-sized thing going down the mountain. And as it picks up more and more and more velocity, I mean, we are 5% the descent, maybe 2%, maybe 1%. As it picks up speed, it picks up additional, let's say, voices, additional amplifiers, and as we do, we go through and we learn more truths, like the one that we learned in this space with Gen X Girl, presenting the literal subversion of the priests who are being shipped overseas for literal indoctrination so they can come back and tell all their parishioners that they need to support Israel. That is wild. Did not know the extent of this, did not know that it was massively organized, did not know that they're expecting to 10 to 20x the number of people that they have participating in this program next year. That is crazy. Our nation is essentially subverted. And when I say our, it's not just the United States, it's the entirety of Western Europe. And so as more and more people notice and the voice gets louder and louder, a lot of those that we talked about this once upon a time that are open-minded, but they were just a little uncomfortable, well, they're certainly going to join our ranks, as will eventually even those that currently call us anti-Semites because they don't know anything different because they've been so propagandized. And so it will just pick up more and more speed. It will become more and more unstoppable. And the next thing you know, Isan, you're going to be looking back a couple years down the line and being able to say to yourself, I was one of the first people trying to, in the political sphere, talk about these things that are now mainstream. It's going to be wild to witness, and the people in control are going to desperately try to censor any and all conversations by monopolizing everything, and as they do it, more and more people are like, well, wait a second. If you have the ability to control everything and censor everything and criminalize the act of commenting on these things, maybe those crazy guys are right. And so we are unstoppable at this point, folks. We have hit not terminal velocity, we've hit escape velocity. They have no ability to put this back into the bottle. If they do, it further exposes the control. If they don't, we reach more ears. Either way, we will win. We just got to keep doing what we're doing and put in the reps every single day. So lots of love. Go for it, Jared.
So real quick, for the Christian Zionists, this is what I just don't understand. These people basically worship Jews. And it doesn't matter if the Jew actually practices Judaism, or is just an atheist, an ethnic, a racial Jew. They're basically worshiping the tribe. It doesn't matter to them. They would rather lift up those people than the Palestinians, who are genetically, at least as genetically connected to the ancient Hebrews as these European Ashkenazi people are. And it's just, I just wish we could find some way to confront them with this reality. Why are you letting some atheist from Brooklyn go over there and claim that they're God's chosen people? How is that any different than a Palestinian who is now Christian or Muslim, but is genetically connected to the ancient Hebrews? It's just so bizarre to me. Hello?
Yeah, no, it is super bizarre, and I agree with you, Jared. And let's go to the next hand, and we do have a lot of hands right now. So let's try to keep it short so that everyone can talk, and thank you so much. All right, Karam, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Joanne. Ian, you're on fire today. Seriously, man. Thank you for that. That IQ thing you brought in, that just really gives out perspective. And this is what it is. This is the bottom line. This is what exactly. And if you actually weigh in, pretty much anybody on this, whatever Ian said today, was you'll be able to actually figure it out, where everybody stands and where the problem is. The issue is that, yes, I hear a lot of, and especially in your second burst out, in terms of actual hope and how this thing is going to actually evolve into something really greater. And thank you for that. We need that in troubled times. And we need those reminders. But you know what? There was more difficult task earlier on. If you can actually shift the narrative from who killed Jesus, Jews killed Jesus, to Jesus himself was a Jew, that was more difficult task. And then now it's going to be not easier to actually get this uphill task to kind of spread this out. But I'm really hopeful. Everybody is hopeful. But what really sad part is that it took 50, 60,000 people to actually die and 200,000 to get injured in order for us to actually open our eyes. It was there. It was deep down somewhere, but we simply could not actually see it. And all these people had to lose their lives in order to actually get our eyes open. But that's the human history. We come out from the ashes more stronger, and that's what our job is, that whoever actually has the eye open, the inside eye open, should actually wake other people up. And Jared, don't be surprised. It's not just the Christian Zionists. You would be surprised there are so many Muslim Zionists. So this is
Dr. Houta, who still believes in a two-state solution.
So here we go. I mean, it's not just the people in space. Literally, the infiltration has gone on to the level that it's unprecedented. I mean, literally in past 100 years or so, this is how the whole framework has been actually come about. that you actually find a notion which is going to be like kind of subtle, and then you're going to be part of the elite club, and you're going to have all these meetings, and you're just going to be like, part of those rubbing the shoulder with those kinds of people, and then that's how you get into this. And that's what the whole narrative business is. So, you'd be surprised there are more Muslim Zionists than probably the Christian ones, but they are like hidden. So, thank you, Ian. And Truth, obviously, I mean, his space is like kind of midnight for a lot of people, but he's an encyclopedia. And I always request that please, now this Grokpedia is coming out, we have to get the truth in textbook form, because soon this narrative business is going to actually change into something which is going to actually taint everything. And our next generation probably won't be able to actually recognize what the actual real history was. So I think that's our responsibility to actually get not just the word out in the live environment, but also get this part of the actual textbook. And that's the biggest challenge. Thanks. Back to you, John.
No, that's so, Karim, that was so well stated, and everybody should give Karim a follow. It's always so poignant, spot on, my friend. And that is one thing that utterly terrifies me, is the digital control and manipulation, and you're even seeing it. I love listening to individuals try and break apart different themes and ideas, whether it's tech or the media or all these different things. And one of the recent ones that I saw was a whole piece that was done on Amazon's video library, and how they are literally going back and just changing certain parts of film to suit certain narratives. And in this case, they were referring to a specific scene in a movie where it was actually a 007 reference, for anybody that might remember the character Jaws, not the shark, but the big man. And there's a romantic scene that he has, because Jaws, the reason for the name, and he's got metal teeth. That's, talk about an unfortunate weapon to have to use to kind of bite people and get all close. But so Jaws, in the movie, the man with the big metal teeth, who's the big scary monster, ends up falling in love with a woman who has braces. And the irony, the humor, the whole reason for the scene of them walking off into the sunset is because the woman has braces, and therefore they both have metal teeth, and therefore they fall in love. Except Amazon, now that they own the 007 property, decided to get rid of the braces, because I guess they found it offensive or something along those lines. So now you have a scene in a movie that makes literally zero sense. Because instead you're just like, oh, I guess the big scary monster and this woman fell in love, and they smile at each other awkwardly for reasons nobody understands. Because for the future going forward, the woman doesn't have braces anymore because it didn't suit some narrative. And what's my point is that they're going to do this to everything. Every book, every movie, everything. And it's the exact same thing that they did in Orwell's 1984, which is why they had the entire Ministry of Truth, which ironically pushed endless propaganda, right? So that's what we're going to see, and you should not be remotely surprised that the White House now wants to put out their own version of AI that's going to be the truth AI. It will be the truth of everything. And when you say, hey, Grok, did Donald Trump convert to Judaism, or so did this newscaster say? No, never happened. Did Donald Trump's daughter marry a Jew? No, didn't happen. Did Howard Lutnick live next to Jeffrey Epstein? Nope, didn't happen. It's offensive that you would ask that, though. You can see where all of this will go. They will have, just like in Orwell, the ability to not only change the present or to change the past, but he who controls the past authors the present, and he who owns the present writes the future. That was Orwell, loosely quoted. That's where we're going. So we've got to note these things and notice these things and write things down. As the reference, ironically, to Orwell, what is it that's banned in Oceania? It is literally pens and pencils and paper. The individual in Winston, the main character, he has to smuggle them out so he can write on a notepad. Why? Because he has control to author things. And in the dystopia, you don't get to do that. You just get to absorb what they tell you you're allowed to think, to hear, to see, and that you participate in your 2 minutes of hate so that you hate other people rather than noticing the people who hate you and control everything you do. So, Karim, so well stated, beautifully eloquent, my friend. As always, I'm so humbled that you and so many others are in here. And as a last little advocation here, I get called lots of things, anti-Semite, racist, all this. I don't care where you're from. I don't care what nationality, what race, what ethnicity. All I care about is that you focus on the truth. Doesn't mean that I support the endless idea or ideology of diversity of everything, because I want to protect things that are, cultures, right? Isn't it weird that the people who suggest that we need diversity so that we can celebrate diversity want to jam everything together and get rid of ... diversity? Do we ever stop to think about that for a moment? Right? So I want to protect the differences. I want to protect the differences in culture, in cuisine, in dialects, in dialogues. Isn't that what makes the world beautiful? Don't we love the fact that we can travel the world and see all these different things? Do you really want them all to be the same? Is there anything more boring than going to a foreign nation so that you can stay in a Marriott and eat McDonald's and Starbucks? Is there anything more depressing than thinking through what that would be like? That's the future if we don't protect the idea of nations, of cultures, of heritages. And so as a result, I just welcome anybody and everybody, and Kerm, I call it out just because obviously a different dialect, and I love that, and I appreciate you for being here. And at the end of the day, the thing I care most about, truth, intellect, and intellect that is aimed at bringing that truth to the masses so we can construct a better world for everybody. That's how we ultimately win, folks. It's to love everything and everyone that merely advocate for those types of things. So lots of love, Kerm, very well stated. And I apologize, Joanne, I'm not sure. I think it was maybe Mademoiselle next, if I'm not mistaken, then maybe John and Nikki, and then King Jesus, and then what we'll do is we'll close down the space after going through all those hands.
Well, that wasn't actually next, but I will just say hi to you guys. No, it was, you had hands before me. No, I'm just, guys, I had a break. I'm so happy to be here, and also just brilliant. Just really good to hear this. And you guys always, I love the panel. I think you guys are literally fire. And it's just interesting because I came in a bit later on. I guess I missed quite a bit. But no, I love what you're doing. I don't have anything to add right now, but you do have hands, and I might add something later. But yeah, Joanne, I missed you, precious. Honestly, I've been studying, it's been hectic out there, and just generally coming back, hearing you guys sitting here doing what you do best, which is sharing the truth. But not only that, you give hope. It's amazing. It's really nice to come back to this. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
I know, lovely precious. We were on the phone, and then I saw you, Ian, go into that space with the person who helped Netanyahu, and I was like, I'll call you back. I need to hear this. So yeah, no, it was amazing. I love you so much, precious. And yeah, everyone, thank you so much for being here. Please repost the space, follow Ian and Truth and Amazing Speakers. And also, there is a post in the Jumbotron that Ian is ratioing guys. So guys, please like it so that we can reach you harder.
Oh no, you don't have to. That one has gone. Talk about terminal velocity. That one is so far over. I feel bad for the guy at this point. It actually, the reason that I was going to share that earlier, I forgot to make the point about it. Two things. Number one, I love America First. I'm not sure if he's listening right now, but under all of these posts where I just embarrass people, he puts the Tyrannosaurus roaring, which I love. But the other piece was just to suggest and showcase, look, they can continue suppressing us and censoring us and trying to lock us in our little silos, right? And then they do a decent job. I got to give them credit, isolating us from the masses. But the problem is, by doing it the way that they do it, what it does is it reinforces that our like-minded friends are the ones that are fed our content. So what does that mean? It means that it's going to be more viral amongst our people. So even if they suppress it in the algorithm, it doesn't matter, because the tiny amount of people that are going to see it are the ones that are like, let's go. And so then the next thing you know, it doesn't matter how much they suppress it. We go in a post. So they've got 15,000 views with 200 likes, and I have 6,600 views with almost 2,000 likes. I feel bad for these guys. I really do, and I didn't even write anything remotely intelligent. I just said ratio because the guy said I love being a Zionist or something. And it's so funny. Like, we are winning in spades, and I'm telling you guys, the snowball's going to go faster and faster, and the next thing you know, all of you will be writing ratio under Ben Shapiro, which could become our little mantra. Nothing remotely hateful about that word. I'm sure they're going to say that it is at some point. But all we're doing is basically tossing that word up, and Fuentes did it to Elon Musk and ratioed him like 100x. And what does it basically mean? It just means, no, what you're saying is utter garbage and everybody disagrees. And then it gets massively liked. And so to that point, Mademoiselle, that's the white pill. You cannot suppress people and censor people and hate people into loving you. That's not how this works. This is like the psychopathic girlfriend or boyfriend that's like, you will love me, as they're squeezing the person to death. That's what is happening. They have to not only control, but they also have to have us love them for trying to be tyrannical, psychopathic, totalitarian control addicts, right? So we are going to win because our ideology, it's rooted in the good. It's rooted in, for what it's worth, the idea of rebellion, which has always been something that people will flock to when it is good-natured. Right? Think of every hero that you've ever admired. None of them had the easy path. There's no hero in any cinema or any literature ever that was just given the easy button and then won. In fact, speaking, because I always make Star Wars references, when Disney tried to do that by making the more recent Star Wars films with the Rey character, who literally just had all of the talent and power right from the get-go. And if you don't believe that, the movie, literally, the climax of it is her, the new hero, that has no training at all, literally defeating the guy who is supposed to be the super villain of all the bad guys. That's literally how the first movie of the new trilogy ended. And you wonder why it didn't do well. Why does nobody get behind that? Because having all the power and just being able to easily defeat everybody, there's nothing exciting about that. That's why the Superman character, for what it's worth, has never been really marketable in modern society. There's no uphill battle. You cheer for Batman because he's just a guy. Superman's totally unrelatable. And so when we are just people, we don't have armies. Truth and Joanne and I don't have TV studios and BlackRock pumping our messaging into everybody and saying, these guys are cool. No, we're the opposite of that. We're the little scrappy people. Right? That is what we are. We are the three musketeers, and all of you are the fourth. You are all D'Artagnan, and we are going to take down the evil empire with just truth. It's romantic, it is attractive, and it is something that people will always get behind. They just have to hear it. So just keep doing what we're doing. We are going to win. Kurum, so many love, so much love. Mademoiselle, we're always going to put out the white pills because there's no amount of control they can have that will ultimately defeat us as long as we refuse to give into that. That's the last little comment. That's why they're pushing all the propaganda. That's why they're giving us, for what it's worth, X, and allowing us to think that we have a voice on here while they endlessly gaslight us. They want you, and I've seen a lot of people unfortunately do this, they want you to say, what's the point? Why participate? It doesn't matter. I can't be monetized. I can't grow my follower account. Why would I? That's what they want you to do. The thing they don't want you to do is to keep screaming into the ether. And as maddening as that may sound, that is the most romantic thing that you can do. Because when you have literally no benefit except for merely pushing for that which is righteous, that which is true, and that which is pure, you become, in a sense, Christ-like. Not Christ, but Christ-like. Because you are giving of yourself to something higher, something better, something purer, and people will always flock to that again. So just continue doing what we're doing, folks. The ether is getting more and more beautiful. More people are going to be screaming with us. And as they do, the tyrants with their Death Star are going to try to take us down every way they can. But they won't be able to, because truth is eternal. It is that fire. It is that light. And it is going to guide us all to a better tomorrow. So just keep doing
Hey,
what
Jacob!
we're doing.
I'm in Lakeview. Come on over. Let's get a beer.
John or Nikki? I can't remember.
Hey, this is John. I'm running for Congress in the 16th District against an APAC candidate. I think there's a lot that we agree on. Some we disagree on. But, 90% of everything we agree on.
You're the same.
Well, you have your opinions. I have my opinions. But I think
Do you
that
stand with Israel?
I stand with America first, and we need to make America great again by stop giving Israel $1, and we need to stop giving every country on the whole
Don't
planet
trust them.
$1. He just gave $800 million to Ukraine. Don't trust that guy.
No,
You're going to shout me down. Okay, so everything you just said makes you a hypocrite if you kick me off your stage.
Loud. Excuse me, you're talking too loud.
Well, you're talking too British. Don't know what to tell you, sweetheart. Turn your volume down. There's a volume control on your phone.
Whoa, John. Hang on here. Hang on. I want to be respectful.
All right.
John,
well, are you
a congressman?
That's right. I wanted to ask you a question as a candidate. If you were running for Congress and you got elected, or you were the president, what are the 3 things you would do for we, the people of America? Ian?
Well, it seems pretty obvious. The first, and you know what? We've got an entire schematic here that we could reference that seemingly upset so many apple carts that it resulted in a bullet to the brain, which is literally to first and foremost say all foreign money needs to get out of American politics. Secondly, the central banking system and the Federal Reserve needs to be absolutely eliminated. I think that's a perfectly reasonable second thing to do. We can then perhaps look at the entanglements not only on the financial side, but also geopolitically with the Middle East and suggest this is not working for anybody at all whatsoever and get rid of that entire problem. We could perhaps look at the idea of nuclear proliferation and suggest there's one group of people that maybe have this thing, the Hannibal Directive, that seem to not abide by any of the
Hannibal Directive? He's still talking about the Hannibal Directive?
You know, we could actually go back
Jesus!
we could say maybe that guy might have had a couple things right. There's a few other more extreme things that we could prospectively do. I don't really advocate for that. But the first thing I would absolutely do is to ban, or at least put back in place, the ban that prohibited the U.S. government from propagandizing the citizenry that Barack Obama overturned. That's ludicrous. That the U.S. government needs to literally have the ability to lie to the citizenry is wild, and it's been doubled down because the recent legislation has basically said that deepfakes and other AI things need to be monitored, managed, and potentially even criminalized, with the exception of the intelligence communities. So wait a second. The U.S. government gets to propagandize its citizenry without any recourse and can also use AI to construct video that might use deepfakes? For what purpose? Why would anyone not find that weird? It's almost like the tech giants are trying to set up a system where they could just, say Truth Teller and Ian Malcolm 84. Here's a video of them robbing a bank. It might be AI generated, but we don't have the ability to know because only the U.S. government gets to decide what is and isn't real, right? There's a lot of guidelines that we could try and put in place, but the thing that first and foremost has to be done, the borders have to be closed. I think any and every individual that illegally came into the country needs to certainly be cross-examined. Those that are either violent or criminal certainly would be removed. And you can take all kinds of larger extremes on that front, which I would actually advocate for. And when I say extremes, I don't mean being violent, but I mean suggesting that for the last 30-plus years, mass migration has been weaponized against white, Western, Christian cultures. That is not humane, because you can suggest that it's the humane thing to do for people that come from the third world, but it's not humane to those that live in the first world to ruin it on the basis that they need to be empathetic and tolerant of other people. That's not how the world works. You don't get to just take people and stab them in the side and say, well, if you reject this, it's because you're a bigot. That's not how it works. So those are the things that I would do, John. I'm not sure if those are at all of interest. Empathetic and tolerant of other people. That's not how the world works. You don't get to just take people and stab them in the side and say, well, if you reject it, it's because you're a bigot. That's not how it works. So those are the things that I would do, John. I'm not sure if those are at all of interest. Maybe they're terrible ideas. I don't know. But what I can tell you again is the guy that suggested something you would do. I think the central banking piece, the borders, those are some of the most important and critical. But I'd be curious for your thoughts because I think you're brilliant, my friend.
Yeah, so in terms of how to deal with the Jewish occupation, of America, of course, repeal the Federal Reserve and ensure that, the Treasury remains in-house and that no foreign entity can control the monetary policy. And of course, banish all of the pro-Jewish lobbies, like, of course, AIPAC, the ADL, J Street, UDP, and ensure there's no more influence, any foreign influence on Congress, and of course, Senate, presidency, or any of the political entities, mayorships, the councils, etc., the judges. They control them all. They have their tentacles spread out across America. And then, the media can't be owned by any of these people either. They should all be, objective, independent, and not just, pro-profit. They shouldn't. I don't think they even should be publicly traded. In some sense, some of them should be nationalized. And the way you impose a check and balance is where the government is actually accountable to the people. Let's say an annual election with a simple litmus test that if they can't balance a budget, they get fired. It's that simple. And the election cycle is just very simple. It's like maybe 2 or 3 weeks with a very limited budget, one debate, and then any major law or reform that take place would be through some kind of referendum where the public would vote for or against it. And if special funding is required, then the public would fund it, and if the money's not there, then it won't happen. You spend what you have, not you don't get access to unlimited amounts of funds. With a fiat currency, you can just continue devaluing. Yeah, so no more fiat currency either. Be ideally a currency based on a labor-backed currency, with zero debt, zero interest, of course, and no usury. And of course, no more degeneracy. That would be banned as well. Pornography, OnlyFans, Pornhub, all that stuff banned. And ideally revert back to a traditional nuclear family. Just promote heterosexuality and banish any homosexuality in public. Now, what happens behind closed doors? You just can't control. Let's be unrealistic to try to control what happens.
You can still have gay sex in private.
Promote more traditional lifestyle. Revert back to what's worked for centuries. This sustain the civilization without which we cease to exist. Of course, ban all the vaccines, big pharma crap as well, and refer back to traditional medicine as well, with focus on health, which Jews have been destroying for many decades now, which has impacted birth rates significantly, especially with all the vaccines they pushed, over 70 doses. So, that's just my little basket of things that change immediately. But health is, I think, key. Banning all these big pharma drugs that are out there, causing all kinds of problems, side effects, and worsening health outcomes deliberately, and also, impacting the life expectancy, plus, how deaths are occurring, which now is far less so due to natural causes, but instead due to some terminal illness, which is what they want, which gives them the opportunity to try to bankrupt the American public because, healthcare costs are so expensive. But, you can significantly minimize healthcare costs. The $4 trillion plus that it costs is, to push for, healthier lifestyle and prevent preemptive medicine, preemptive, preemptive lifestyles that will, minimize the need to ever even need to consult a doctor, if at all. Doctors have been put on a pedestal for far too long, overpaid, over-relied on, and the AMA and even all the medical associations and textbooks need to be revised back to what they were. The Rothschild medicine needs to end too. So that's my little summary of what I would do if I were in power. I bet John agrees with me on every single point. Of course, there should be zero foreign aid to any countries. That's an easy one. And Israel will cease to exist after that because, they're not self-sustaining, are they? They're a charity case. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of it. I think at this point, to say that all things shouldn't be considered is futile. In my opinion, we live in a real bad society, clown world is really bad right now. It's the worst I've ever seen it. And judges and lawyers and doctors, if you're in on the grift, you don't want a thing to change. Medicare, Medicaid at $4 trillion a year, nobody wants that to change. The Republicans just voted for Obamacare. They just gave another $1 billion to Ukraine. The Republicans are indebting this country. The Democrats are as well. The uniparty is real. Congress authorizes the Federal Reserve to spend this money, so we borrow it from them. These are all future tax liabilities. But the thing is, it is a banana republic now. But Venezuela is a bigger banana republic. The Zimbabwe dollar is a bigger banana republic. So it is a global fiat banana republic. But we still have the biggest military. So we are like the biggest mafia organization on the planet. And look at the NATO budget. Look at all the wars. We are the primary culprit in causing conflict throughout the globe. But these are clown world Americans. You and I know it. The Lindsey Grahams, the State Department employees. We live with really stupid people. Highly toxic, very liberal, very effed up people, and they are in your government. They're everywhere. It's like the Matrix. It's like when Neo and Morpheus are walking down the street, it's a simulation of Clown Index, and that's just my opinion, but I agree with, I'm not opposed to anything, because at this point, this ship is got so many fucked up participants or passengers. I don't, who wants to go to point A to point B with these people? I think Clown World sucks.
It's crazy that you called Instagram. I forgot. I was thinking about what did he say that they were? It's not libertarian. It's the other one.
He was giving the example of them being liberal, I guess. I think so.
Yeah, liberal. It's Instagram. Liberal.
I mean, Lindsey Graham is crazy, and the only thing that I suppose I would say is that if we look at Clown World, and I agree, and we basically got Clown World on the left, and we've got Clown World on the right, and the Clown World on the left is the LGBT, woke, diversity of everything, mass migration of everything, destruction of all of the culture, the heritage, the tradition, the norms of the Christian world. And the Clown World on the right is forever do everything that is of benefit to Israel and Jews. And then if you look at the common denominator behind who's pushing both of those forces, what you realize is the real Clown World is that the world is a stage, it's all just players, but we're watching a show that is directed, produced, run entirely at the behest of the same usual suspects that own Hollywood, right? So that's the reason that we focus on the construct of this matrix, because if you're under the impression that you can, let's say, win the matrix by making the most money or by becoming the most famous, all of those things are complete waste of time. It's all fake because you're in the video game, you're in the simulation. The only thing that matters is identifying Agent Smith and the architect of the matrix and trying to point at that thing, because nothing else changes until people become aware of that piece. And so maybe, John, that's why I continue triangulating and pointing at all of the let's say, the architect.
But see, that's an all or nothing statement.
If you can show me that it's not the usual suspects that I point fingers at, I'm always welcome.
Imagine if you said black people in Zimbabwe or Indians in India. Your statement is all or nothing when you say the Jews or Israel. I know, go to your local Chabad and go do a Shabbos with a bunch of Jews, and you tell me if they're involved in world conspiracy. They're not.
You're saying the Jews as if I'm making a low IQ argument and just randomly pointing fingers. So I want to play a game with you. I'm going to be intellectually honest here. Can you showcase to me a single example in the Western world, in particular in America, because I presume you're most familiar with it, where at the top of the woke problem, or the media problem, or the tech problem, can you point to any of the problem that you complain and campaign against that is not architected, owned, or run at the highest level by Jews?
There's a lot of really piece of shit liberal Jews out there, but there's a lot of...
Okay, hang on. You said liberals and POSs, and then you said Jews. Okay, can you show me a single place where it is not somebody that is either ethnically, religiously married to and or beholden and funded by individuals that are Jewish? Can you give me one example?
Can you give me an example of the Saudis, the Qatars, the Russians, the Iranians? There's people all around the world. You got Jew brain disease. You got Jewish derangement syndrome.
John, you're spurting out, as the kids would say. We're going to try and focus on the Western world. We can go into all those places.
You're asking a one-word...
John, don't make me mute you again. Just try to conduct yourself with some degree of class and intelligence, and I'm going to try and be generous for another 60 seconds or so, and then we'll move on because you're being a little bit ridiculous. I will give you one more chance. You're an individual running for Congress. I don't mean to embarrass you. I'm going to give you one more opportunity. Showcase to me where in the Western world there's a power structure that is not run at the highest level, if degenerate to society, by Jews. Can you give me one example?
Chairman Powell is a Jesuit, you Catholic fucking idiot. It's run by Jesuits, not the Jews. Jesuits control everything, I tell you. And they touch a lot of little boys' booty holes, and they got a lot of big lawsuits against them, billions of dollars. They're a bunch of pedophile Catholics at the top.
I'm going to mute you again because you're either drunk, you're low IQ, you're a troll, or you're just flailing around because you can't honestly address the question that I'm asking you. In any of those...
You just don't like my answer that the Catholics are a bunch of pedophiles and these Jesuits are controlling the military and the big pharma industrial complex. You're covering up for the Jesuits, you Catholic shell! And that Pope...
Okay,
guys.
John. So you want to talk about the pharmaceutical industry? Do you really want to go down that route? You want me to point out all of the individuals at the top of the COVID roll?
Yeah, let's hear it. Do the roster of the Jews, Ian, and I'll give you the roster of the Jesuits that work with those Jews. Let's do it. I got my list. You got your list, you Jew-hating, anti-Semitic, Jewish derangement syndrome schmuck.
John, three Jesuits at the top of the COVID rollout.
Are you vaccinated and triple boosted? Because this message is brought to you by Pfizer.
John, I'm going to try and be respectful. I'm going to give you one more chance. Give me 3 individuals that are Jesuit educated at the top of the COVID rollout.
It is triple boosted.
Go ahead, John.
I want everybody to know he's not muted right
Name
now.
the Jesuits. Yeah, no, it's not. Jesuits.
Come on, John, you can do it. Are you typing?
I can't do it.
You hoping it's going to save you?
Oh, there we go. Listen, I know a lot of you people never went to college and you're not in a sorority or a fraternity, but there are fraternities out there.
I will give you one more opportunity. Can you point to a set of 3 Jesuit individuals at the top of the COVID rollout?
Listen, I got my list of over 200 Jesuit traitors that we need to hang in
I asked you a
D.C.
direct question. I told you that it was your final opportunity. I'm going to give you one more. You are embarrassing yourself. Name 3 individuals that are Jesuit educated that are at the top of the COVID rollout. Ready, go.
Dr. Fauci, you fucking idiot. Do I gotta spell it out for you? F-A-U-C-I, Fauci!
John, you're not muted.
Yes, I am.
I think he's breathing so hard that his microphone just gave up. I was like, no, I cannot do this anymore.
Yo, why are boomers like this?
I told him he was speaking.
What are boomers like this? Because Dr. Fauci vaccinated you and you can't have children anymore. The mRNA vaccine in your blood is going to prevent all of you from having children. And we'll have a global depopulation. And Bill Gates, another Jesuit, Dr. Bill Gates, another Jesuit who vaccinated you and wouldn't let you go on your trip to the southern Spain. Oh dear me, because we got to get another booster, darling. Got to get another Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, AstraZeneca, put in so much of this.
It's really remarkable.
A Jesuit and a Jew cooked up this special vaccination that is depopulating the planet.
Personality, guys. He has another personality.
You got another personality. It's got a limitation, you twink. You fucking twat.
John's a pedophile.
John's a pedophile. That's projection, you sick little fuck.
Hey, John, you know who founded the Jesuit order in 1540? Since you're so smart.
Fucking Dr. Bill Gates' grandfather.
You went to college, right? Do you know the name of the...
Dr. Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci did this to us, and you can't even admit it because you got your head so far up these fucking Jesuits' asses.
Ignatius Loyola in 1540, along with a bunch of other, I don't know, Sephardic Jews are the ones who founded the Jesuit
Got
order.
your head so far up Bill Gates' ass you can't pull it out of the Jesuit hole that is
This
in.
guy's losing it. There's too many of those Jewish poisons he's been exposed to. So this is what I mean, people, when I say stay away from the Jewish poisons and these terrible...
Stay away from Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci and all these Catholics.
And you spur out like this. Maybe he's still...
He's a fake Christian, ladies and gentlemen. He's not a real Jesus believer.
Likes of a fraud wannabe Jew like George Santos, who spent all his money on, I guess, OnlyFans subscriptions, Botox, and fancy suits. Taking his husband out. You're a faggot too, right, John? Yeah, I guess maybe John's got a chance. Who knows?
That's projection, but George Santos is a faggot. George Santos and Milo Yiannopoulos are indeed faggot cocksuckers. Don't take advice from faggots, kids.
Okay, hold on, John. Be serious for a
What do you want
second.
this
How much
thing
money
for?
have you got? You have more than $90 since the last time we spoke after being like drifting for shekels.
He has to make a total ass clown of himself because he can't afford to go to Israel. They won't pay for his trip because he's not qualified. He's just doesn't have enough of a network to qualify that he can get his all expense paid trip to Israel. So he's got to really simp and humiliate himself in spaces before
It's a humiliation ritual, ladies and gentlemen. The Orthodox Jews are making me humiliate myself.
If you were blackmail you at all, or you just that far, not even on the first rung of the Jewish ladder?
This is a humiliation ritual. I'm participating in a humiliation ritual for the Orthodox Jewish organization, for the AJC and the AIPAC. They what? I'm getting paid to do this, folks. The Jews control everything, and they're paying me to do this right now.
Oh my God, I'm running. Okay, stay back. No, you're not. You just
him out. Is he smoking?
It's all remarkable. And John, I'm going to say this with complete sincerity. Get help.
That was hilarious.
To a counselor.
What do you mean? I just had some pizza. Why would I want to go to a counselor? I gotta go to the bathroom and wash my hands.
To this therapist that I would recommend you perhaps consider speaking with. Share this with them. And
I'm getting therapist recommendations now from me and Carol.
That's how I spend my days, and ask them for an evaluation.
It's projection. This is all projection. We got it. It's called the projection.
And come back to the space and provide a recap, because I want you to get better, John. What we just kind of witnessed, and I say this with complete sincerity. I think the kids would call it cringe. Because it was beyond embarrassing, and I'm not only embarrassed on behalf of you, I'm embarrassed on behalf of listeners that had to listen, myself, that this was part of the conversation. There's a lot of things that are obnoxious. There's a lot of trolls. There's a lot of people who want to disconnect from reality, and then there are those who are disassociated from it. And I think you might fit into the final bucket. And so again, John, I say that with all sincerity. I'm not a doctor. I have no medical expertise in this regard, but consider it. Consider speaking with a therapist, with a psychologist, and again, share this with them. And if it was a troll, then in that case, perhaps...
Nicely done if it was a troll.
Classes. Go and do stand-up and improv.
I'm already doing it right now, baby.
Actually, if I'm not mistaken,
we're doing it right now, Ian Malcolm 84.
I can't remember what it's called, but a stand-up school that's part of that. That's a feeder program for SNL, largely run by Jews at its highest level.
Ooh, back to the Jewish teachers, Jewish masters.
Go there. Because it's either a psychological, maybe illness, in which case I pity you and you have my empathy, or perhaps you're trying to be humorous and you're just really bad at it. Maybe the class will be a solution for you. But either way, do not come back. You are not wanted. I don't want to see you here. I'm not going to block you because I don't like to do that to people unless they're really terrible. I will mute you at uncertainty. And I will not give you a mic going forward.
Woo! I got bad from the Ian Carroll show.
And I hope that you find happiness wherever it may take you.
Ian Malcolm banned me from the show. Banned from the Ian Malcolm 84 show.
Yes, go ahead, miss.
Thank you very much. It's been an excellent space, Ian. Well done, Joanne, and the truth teller, and recognizing your speakers. Awesome speakers, by the way. But I wish to challenge American community, and I pray that one day you will find it in you to act on this. The Zionist government considers itself the American friend. And they are taking nationals from America to ill-indoctrinate them, and maybe how about reciprocating that and train and have no less than 1,000 to start with, and tens of thousands sooner, to go and also indoctrinate and transform Zionist children, and whether they are fake or true Jews, but they are ill-indoctrinated. They are held hostage. They cannot even converse over the Hannibal Directive, and their children are destroying donor help. They need help. The only superpower we have under the sun is the friend of Israel, America. How about we sponsor a group to go and do the same in Israel? Will that be acceptable? I hope it will. It is a very important thing to consider, really, that we talk, because in reality, the Jews are held hostage as we speak. There are many things they cannot talk about. And then may I touch on something that I hope it will be understood fairly. We have our Muslim community who always say peace upon Jesus, but he's not God, he's not. I think we should arrive at a place where we help each other understand that mankind cannot save themselves. And Jesus is the Son of God. He is one with God. He is God. And I will also qualify this by one thing that once happened to, forgive me for saying a lot, host, but this is an important point I wish to highlight, that there has been a very notable prophet. And one day, a group of Muslims came to kill Christians. But this was a prophet of another level. God revealed what was about to happen, and he set traps, and he made sure that when they come, which they did, and then after eating at the church kitchen, they had set their explosives. They were arrested in the spirit. And what then happened is that for a few days they couldn't sleep. They couldn't, yet they were arrested. They couldn't travel back to where they had come from, and yet they couldn't explode their satanic things scattered around the church. I am trying to say, yes, it may be nothing to do with the Islamic religion, but these people claimed to have been initiated using the Quran. So we have to get to a point where we help each other do the right thing. God has defined how things should be done, and we cannot be appeasing each other and fooling each other. And it is of concern also, because even the Gazans and the Palestinians, at times, some people
Banned from
use
the Ian
Islam,
Jewish
and yet
derangement
they are
show,
suffering as a
Jew hate
people.
show.
They are not suffering because they are Muslims. But there are some who are trying to use that. No, let's sort the world and let's make it a fair place.
Amazon, despite coming off of their really good quarter, almost everything else in the large cap tech basket is well off its highs. And
yeah, but
yeah,
those are crowded trades.
They are, and so they're becoming a source of fun during this rotation, right?
Yes, it's a source of funds, and I totally get the rotation. But look at like the XLI, okay, the industrials ETF. Look at industrials
100%
ETF,
agree.
All-time closing high today.
100%. That's what the is, Joe. Exactly. 100% agree. And by the way, in XLI, there are many these defense contractors as well. So, and there has always been tremendous amount of opportunities there to make money. And yeah, 100% correct, right? So XLI, IYT, retail is now waking up. And I think there's some fundamental narrative shift that need to happen in chemical space, but even materials are starting to look better and better each week that goes by. But broadly speaking, if you were to bucket all of it, I think you could say that the signs that we're seeing would suggest a shift towards large cap value, cyclical value basket. Not defensive value. There's a very big difference. Not defensive value. I'm not saying go hide out in Staples. I'm not saying go hide out buying Coca-Cola and Kimberly-Clark's of the world. I'm saying cyclicals, buy railroads, buy Union Pacific, buy smokestacks, all these cyclical value. And again, I'll just say this, but I know that I think this is the environment that's coming. I think this is a beautiful time for O'Hare to make a lot of money next year.
Only O'Hare.
Well, he is probably the best large cap value or even mid cap value guy that I've known on Twitter. There might be others, but he's probably the best one I've ever come across. So yeah, so I'll put him at the top until I find somebody else. But Joe, let me ask you this. If this line of thinking, which I think you and I sort of agree, right, largely speaking, this rotation, if this is correct, does it not worry you then about cryptos? Does it not worry you then we could be entering into a period where crypto could just take a very long rest and go nowhere?
No, because I don't think if it stagnates and chops around, to me, I have other assets that'll perform well. I don't mind that. Okay, I think it actually is healthy. Now, will it underperform? Yeah. Is that annoying? Yeah, because of my allocation. But like what we are more concerned about is there some serious economic downturn that's going to pull assets down, 80, 70%? Like that's the bigger issue.
Well, let me touch on that because the U.S. dollar has been unable to get through 100, and if my discussions that I've just
your perspective has never been told. Do you think you were successful?
Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. On this vote, the yeas are 312, the nays are 112. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. On this vote, the yeas are 3.
To make your season full of holiday cheer.
I think the most important thing that's going to happen in the world in the next 3 to 4 years is data centers in space. If you think about it from first principles, data centers should be in space. What are the fundamental?
The nays are 112. The bill is passed without objection.
And if this is an informational warfare type agenda, which it is, I think we can all at least agree in some part that that is a big case. You know, it's a technology war, and if all this information is all of a sudden all readily available to us, what are we missing here? And
No, we're not. I'd say we're not. John, because of that, I just want to say to John, I'd really like to interview him soon about everything we just laying down. I just sent you a DM. Sure. Can you hear him, John?
Yeah, absolutely.
Make sure you share that. I'll be there.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, this was something I actually blew the whistle on Facebook back in 2017 about, and this is one of the reasons why I got nuked on there. My account was literally suspended for a year and a half until I just stopped using it after that. But it's crazy, man. Like, they don't want this information out, what this agenda was for. This all goes back to Saudi and, like, the tarmac meetings and, you know, the global agenda and stuff like that. It's pretty wild.
Don't forget the whole Tesla fires. Trump was trying to say by attacking Teslas, you were a domestic terrorist. Remember that? Tesla, domestic terrorist, robots, and so forth.
Imagine that. And now they're trying to put data centers in space. So if they do go rogue, we can't even destroy the data centers.
Yeah, but their data, I mean, I would just say the amount of data that's there, whether it was accessible or isn't, when you remove that Five Eyes layer, there's so much shit that's there that wasn't there before. 99% of people probably say they don't care about that, but you know, it is important, and it's also a big piece to understand that when you're sovereign and you have a crown, you can run shit, especially here in the U.S., because all your decisions are your own, from your monetary policy to the top, bottom, the entire structure of your governance. You're the ultimate authority on that. So, you know, that's another one of those things. That the things that you can do when you're in an actual country that has a ruler or a controller is very powerful. And that's why, you know, they segued after they created the whole Arabian Peninsula, and they put a bunch of those Arabs on the thrones. You know, all those people went to the London schools, and they're all interconnected. And so it's same storyline repeats over and over and over again. But I won't bore people to death with that.
No, that part of the history is my job. See, hang tight just a second, buddy. We got a new speaker up here. The other John, is it Kitover or how do you pronounce it?
Kitover. I'm running for Congress in Illinois 16, but when I hear somebody saying that we're putting data centers in outer space, I have to basically come to the conclusion that there's so much clickbait and so much stupid content out there, and the fact that we talk about it and listen to it, like I've gone on diets and fasts of all this stupid content and surrounded myself with books, and thank God we have effing books, because otherwise you listen to just nonstop clickbait and stupid shit all day long by clown world people who want to fill your stupid consciousness with, we've got to put data centers in outer space. This is the most important thing in society. Not your property taxes, not your homeowner's insurance, not your sales taxes, not your gas prices, not everything that you use in your real life to exist. We've got to now start really seriously considering, worrying, and then start investing all of our money and work an extra day a week so we can get these huge, massive data centers in outer space. It's like, anyways, I'm just, ranting, but looking forward to being in your space.
Hey, welcome in, John. What a way to break in, dude. And hey, to that point, I'm probably a little autistic, to be entirely honest. But I have a laundry list of links and, things that I found to be interesting. Like our grandparents would have clipped newspaper articles, decades ago. And I have an article somewhere in my hidey hole about a federal contractor that was either awarded or in the process of being awarded a grant that would have enabled them to produce space-based megastructures. And I found that the source document's actually real. It's a real thing. But yeah, you're right, dude. It is the most obvious and glaring thing. NVIDIA came out.
I'm just glad he wasn't saying it didn't exist for a minute. I was like, oh my god. He's like, oh, it's clickbait. I'm like, bro, they're doing it.
I was like, shit, wait a minute. No, they actually are. But the crazy thing about it is, you rewind back through time, this conversation's been going on for a long time, and they're looking at trying to harvest more energy from the sun by solar or whatever it is, and then the argument comes out that, oh yeah, well, in a vacuum, it's technically easier to heat or cool, and the whole conversation exists. But like 3-4 weeks ago, like I was getting into, NVIDIA had acknowledged one of the posts that I had propagated and contributed to, as well as a couple others, the FinTwit, if you will. Why would a corporation that large come out and say, we are not Enron? But their business practices clearly indicate that their revenue models are circular at best, and they operate on a 12-month forward projection, which are being accused of being like Enron. Yeah, because they are. The whole thing is money laundering. It's a giant circular model of like left pocket to right pocket to this dude's left pocket to that. They even marry dudes so that they can enjoy the fringe tax benefits. Like, it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life.
But they're not lying because they're not named Enron, so there's that.
Yeah, they're NVIDIA with an EN. Like, come on.
Well, and what was the last, quote, data center, going back, let's say, 20, 25 years ago, that was introduced on the East Coast, I believe, actually, in Massachusetts, speaking of Commonwealth, that was part of now CIA, FBI operations.
Yeah, remember when AWS East went down? Oh, by the way, it's Norfolk, Virginia. Uh-oh.
Yeah, now we have the fusion centers of space pretty much being implemented.
Freaking space lasers. Marjorie Taylor Greene was right. Holy shit.
Yeah, and those flying whales, they have laser beams.
I mean, it's a freaking shark with a freaking laser beam.
Where'd John go? Where are you running, John? You're running in...
I'm running in Illinois 16 versus Darren LaHood. And, chemtrails or contrails, as they're called on YouTube. I see contrails every single sunny afternoon in the Chicagoland area. I see the craziest videos. In my opinion, I would really like to get a camera so you could really zoom in and see what's happening. But I don't know. It is the dumbest conspiracy theory thing to talk about. It's as stupid as flat Earth. But it's not stupid. I mean, we have to realize that taxpayers are borrowing to sit there to fly these fucking planes all around the skies in every major city for what? Are these pilots just joyriding, practicing? Are these National Guard reserve pilots? Like, can we FOIA it? I mean, anyways, it's kind of a joke, but I think we live in clown world. Everybody's worried about the Jews and Israel and Candace Owens and Tim Dillon's pop shots in his chicken farm. It's like, I'm just sick of society. I'm sick of clown world. I'm sick of the communication that we have to live under in this country when we know we're 39 trillion in debt, 100 trillion in unfunded debt. The big pharma, the big military, the never-ending wars, the irrational and stupid alliances with stupid governments and stupid fucking people. I'm sick of all the liberal scum at the State Department, at the IRS, and the Treasury. I'm sick of liberals everywhere controlling everything in every major city. They are the dumbest fucking people I've ever seen. And I live in Chicago with Brandon Johnson, one of the chief stupidest people on the planet, who's now our mayor. I just don't. It's a paradox. How are the dumbest people on the planet some of the richest and most powerful people on the planet?
Well, there's a term. Yes, the secret ingredient is crime, but there's a term for that. It's a kakistocracy. It's for the least qualified of the leaders.
And that's what we got. But I do think I think the level of information that's coming out, especially with the release or whatever discontinuance of the Five Eyes cables, will really start to open things up a lot, especially privately. Interesting with Chicago, because Chicago's like, New Jersey, you got Delaware, you got Maryland, you got Virginia, but Chicago's like a little cesspool of its own. What's your plans for changing Chicago?
Well, I'm running in the 16th district of Illinois, which is Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Illinois, but I'm a resident here in Chicago. The Chicago Teachers Union that Johnson comes from are hardcore liberal Marxist communist socialists that literally dress up in all red and they look like communist parties. 65% of our property taxes go to funding the Chicago public school system, which is controlled by the teachers union. Basically, this government puts out $250 billion a year or $100 billion a year with the Department of Education, but it's $1 trillion+ a year industry because of property taxes. But lawyers just control the whole fucking system. And running for Congress, they removed me from the ballot yesterday because a bunch of corrupt judges and lawyers that run the entire election board, they don't listen to your challenges, they don't obey administrative law, they do whatever the hell they want to do, and they ignore you. And, I'm not in the club, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not going to spend, $30,000 for a lawyer to defend my campaign. Americans have to realize that, this is a transformative experience running for Congress. And every American should run for Congress. There's no filing fee. It takes 15 minutes, and it's an incredible experience to see how your government really works, because the whole racket is with judges and lawyers, challenges, objections, and petitions. Constitution. There's only one agency in the Constitution, the Department of Commerce's,
of course,
a Census Bureau. So I don't know. I know it's 2025. But I don't know. I'm just like,
No, I'm with you. I'm glad you're embracing it too, because it can become very daunting and almost discouraging. But from my perspective, it's actually a really good thing, because you never would have people looking this deeply into the corporate structure of cities or boards or different parties, and that stuff is it's the juice, right? You really find out how the machine actually operates and works underneath the hood.
I'm not saying it's the Jews. I'm not saying it's the Jews. There's.
I said juice.
Oh, juice. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Sorry, I was lost.
That's a sincere TikTok term.
Well, that makes me want to drop my meme down into the bill.
But I'm glad that we're having those difficult conversations too, because I think it's fucking annoying when people can't just talk about whatever subject, right? That's what annoys me the most. The whole Candace thing is all these parroting influencers just saying, no, you're not allowed to. It's really, we're supposed to just trust the FBI. We're supposed to just trust the government, who covered up JFK, covered up satanic pedophilia, lied about the election, lied about Russiagate, are still lying about JFK. So yeah, it's crazy. We got C11 and Gambler. You guys could translate.
Thanks. Real quick, I have some more to bring to your space to the effect of what you were had in your minds and your vision here, and I like it. Can
I just add that there's a giant segment of people that also say if you question Canvas that you're a Fed or Israeli or they want to counsel you. There's people we know very well. No, I'm not going to name their name. We say if they're out there questioning Canvas, just unfollow them. And these are like right wing freedom of speech guys.
It's like that pattern. It just repeats, huh? That doesn't matter. We went through with the Jews thing for a while. It's just like you're on one side or the other. Pick a side and just stick to it. I don't know.
It's something that goes all the way back to the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, right? But I don't want to start at the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. I don't even want to start.
No, you should. I'll tell you guys this.
I don't even want to start at the point. Listen, sir. I don't even want to start at the point where his hand in the quill or whatever, whether it was a pen or quill, was put to the paper to sign over the Secret Service. Did you know that was the key? That was it. That was the moment in time where everything shifted, and everything that you see today, that is the birth of it. And if you could put it like in terms of like the seed germinating the egg, right? That is the very point right there.
Well, what I tell you is the version of
the signature of Abraham Lincoln on that piece of fucking paper that started the Secret Service, and he probably didn't even know that he was signing his own death sentence.
Well, I'll just say this, right? So the version of history they've sold and told us, that's not the version that's in those department cables. He actually creates a system during the Civil War called the FRUS cables. They're State Department cables regarding foreign relations, and those are now released. So you can read about him directly, well, not him, but William Seward directly calling out the Queen of England and talking about how they're capturing their ships and privateering and supporting the other side of the South, even to the point inside Parliament where they literally call for recognizing the South as a separate nation with its own president. So I would just say this, like the version of history that we have is so far from what the actual source files show, and I would just encourage you to read those because they haven't been accessible, and for some reason they are now. So
this is the biggest reason that I appreciate your space is because it's an advanced U.S. history class. You're not gonna learn these things in any class, not even in college. Okay, the point I wanted to start at, I just mentioned Lincoln because that was a significant assassination, right? But that was just like, it was just the beginning. It was just like, okay, so they have the power to do that, and so for the longest time it didn't rear its head again until JFK really truly like in a really big way, and then it's just been rampant ever since. But to understand what I'm talking about, here is a bullet point. I have bullet points. From the 1830s to the 1890s, this period of time, European banking dynasties, the Rothschild, the Warburg, the Schiff, the Baring, plus American robber baron houses, Morgan, Rockefeller, Kuhn-Leib, I don't know how to spell that. Kuhn-Loeb, all right, so you know this material. Consolidate transatlantic finance. That is the bullet point I wanted to bring. I yield there.
Interesting term there, right? Transatlantic finance.
Wasn't Wells Fargo transmitting on telegraph or transatlantic cables?
They all have to. But we don't own those cables. That's that's the crux of the issue. Always been the crux of the issue. So yeah, with the history, especially these documents, it's like you're revisiting history, but you're finding the accurate version of it. And that's why my thing is like go directly to the source, go directly to the archive, and always try requests to check foreign archives, foreign languages. Like when I do research now, I'll research in like 10 different languages, because you would be surprised what like pamphlets in an archive somewhere will tell you about a royal charter or the corporate structure of governance. It's very interesting.
Michael, I was going to say, can you do like a primer on how to access the various archives for research?
Hell yes. That could be like one of my, I would say, probably first or second episode, 100%. It's so interesting. Like, for some reason, right, again, I can't put my finger on it. It probably has to do with Ericsson Newstar. But the case files, especially from 2014, but the privatized records that were backdoored through MIT, I mean, you're talking about, like, not the hypothetical version of history for the Titanic. You can actually look up every investor, every insurer that was involved, the people that were involved, the cases that were involved. And this might sound boring to most people, but...
Well, yeah. To spice it up, doesn't RMS mean Royal Mail Ship?
Yeah! Which makes it infrastructure owned by the king.
And what about White Star Alliance and all of that? Yeah,
White Star Line comps too. Basically, Morgan comes in and marries his daughter to Charles Francis Adams III, who they claim is descended of the President John Quincy Adams and the Adams family. But from my research, I'm finding that there's a major discrepancy in the corporate boards that they claim that these individuals were on. And I pulled all their records, all their property records, all their corporate records, and that was what started this whole rat race way back when, like 2017 and 18, when I got cancer. And so, you know, there's a version of history that they've told us, and then there's the version that the files actually show. And I think the version that the files actually show is way more fascinating. And so it sucks because it's like, oh my God, we've been lied to. But it's not that bad, because in reality you can actually find the source truth and then compare and contrast it. So I think revisiting Lincoln is fucking amazing because he straight up calls out, you know, the Queen specifically. He's like, you're privateering, you know, you're literally disabling our ability to conduct commerce. And then you parse that with like, okay, if I'm looking at a story and it involves German royal family, the British royal family, the Rothschilds, right? So you want to look in all the places they did business, and then all the languages where those corporate records would be stored or filed, and you put that in the prompt, specifically saying, I want you to check all these different archives. And I don't know, maybe it's like I've just mind warped my AI to like do this so often that it's just doing it on the regular. But yeah, we've got access to archives that we didn't before. Like I said, the secret Five Eyes agreement, that's made between FDR and he also creates FBI SIS, he creates OSS, and that secret treaty has never been online. And found it, you know, along with 555 other documents that will tell you the complete signals intelligence history of the Five Eyes agreement and the secret aspects of it. So to me, it's fascinating. Probably to most other people, it's not that fascinating. But you can think about the East Wing of the White House, where first, under FDR, he builds a private room, and it's like a collaborative trust. It's really a bunker, and that's where that agreement was, you know, where its power source was. So I know that the fact that I'm staring at these files and I'm checking the Wayback Machine, I'm checking internet history to see if, has this file ever been on the public front-facing internet? And it's showing me no, it's not. So that's all out there, and I think that changes the game a lot. Does it cause us to have a slight bit of dependence on Israel? Yes. But I genuinely think that Israel will be reformed, the UK will be reformed, and the United States will be reformed. Because we're just too captured. This is America. Don't got you flipping on.
I think it's important to note, like, as far as ownership claims of you know, different departments too. I think it was mentioned Lincoln and Secret Service. But what isn't really well talked about is that Washington, quote, unofficially created form of a Secret Service agency. And this is what, in part, was the whole crossing the Delaware sort of thing, and spies and coming around to the backside and conquering and so on and so forth. But with Lincoln, it's kind of that history shift too, because if you look into the Pinkertons, that has a big part to do with what modern day sort of I guess police force and intelligence and the Secret Service apparatus is kind of modeled off of, which, interestingly enough, has to deal with railroads and shipping lanes and on land connecting to the sea and how that plays a role into things. Because it all obviously goes back to British crown sort of.
All that matters, because you don't need to control
how much of the cost of traveling all this way for this formality.
And on the back end, commerce, they were dominating during the Civil War. The British Empire had a vastly powerful, whether it was private industry, East India Company.
Kings did not pay homage to Achilles. Perhaps the kings were too far behind to see.
And
the soldiers won the
battle.
Really Straight remembers kings.
So it's not soldiers, their cousins.
I'll build monuments to victory on every island of Greece. I'll carve Agamemnon in the stone. My name will last through the ages.
It's just hard to get primary source files that you can actually trust. But with these FRUS tables, I'm telling you that's something Lincoln created himself. And a month or 2 or 3 months before Lincoln gets assassinated, he also forms through
no argument with you brothers, but if you don't release her, you'll never see home again.
So he saw, I'd imagine, he saw the Southern District of New York, which was literally nicknamed the Sovereign District.
Too many people have died today.
How
killing's your only talent, that's your purse.
A royal,
I don't want anyone dying for me.
Sales court. It's still on that land.
Silenced by a slave
it's one of those things where like a month or two after Southern Eastern District of New York is formed,
isn't it funny
and he gets assassinated. So yeah, really interesting. All the stuff is stuff that we not only will revisit but can revisit. And while we're doing this space, I'm going to put a report together that will show everybody literally corporately, legally, and break down every law, where in the charter, where you can access it, and I'll put that report at the bottom of the nest so that anyone, it'll probably be a pretty long report, like 25 to 27 pages, but anybody then can read through that and see line item by line item how we're still operating Crown charters and how we're still capturing. But
where's the bar card? Where's the bar card? He's the first one.
There was a kingdom without you, man.
Yeah, for me, I just try to look at it like, I try to not take in what the movies or what their version of history is going, and I just go in the direction of the because, like, think about it, right? These are the same state farm people that were trying to cite me away, and then MIT was trying to cite me away. It goes very deep, because it involves, like, all our public universities, research, private court records, Titanic itself, like the Titanic was at that time, 1913, the admiralty jurisdiction of the case that basically stated that the liability of that accident, that the British could claim that liability in our courts. And from that point on, pretty much, as far as that
that's a big deal because it happened in international waters. That's a huge deal, and people need to understand why that's so important.
It's part of the claim too now, right? Because the educational land that the states gobbled up, all 16 to 50,000 acres per state, is under deemed educational land. Well, where do you think that goes? It goes right to the universities, right? So it's all tied in.
Yeah, and they fund it through public transit. It's like taking the history of a person and, making it a legal fiction and then telling
Whenever you see an older man with
university. It's new to the papers, right? We did have a National Archives in 1994, and it started back when they started off with Olivier Cooper, one of the librarians at the Library of Congress, and then they formed. What's so ironic about it is it's FDR that puts the National Archives in place. Really what that's doing is collecting all the documents and archives and research, all documenting it and centralizing it. But
Edgar Hoover is initiating the gay market. That's another story for another day. My next bullet point, really briefly, is going to be from 1898 to 1910. The group that we've been discussing, we're going to hereby acknowledge them as Cabal. From 1898 to 1910, the same group crushes the populist free silver movement, eliminates competing private currencies, and begins drafting
Why do you post every day when you barely get 100 likes?
100 likes means the beginning of why they time to watch something I created. That may seem small to you, but it motivates me. I know my audience is out there, and when they find me, they will support me.
Why do you post?
It's fun, man. Revisiting history. It's like, and my thing is right. Again, even all the versions that we're all talking about, I would implore you to go and search the archives. You will see the case records, the original archives, and just access to data and information that's not there. Probably not there. Go ahead.
Two things, and I'm going to hold the audience for some emojis, please. I'd like to know
Another news, Illinois
if all is actually an acronym. Hands up, thumbs up, wave your hand. Would you like to know if that's actually
All
an
it takes.
acronym?
Christopher Columbus did not discover America.
We have to do some station identification because we haven't, and we're always
How do you can discover a place where the inhabitants are watching you arrive from the shore? There are actually many other mariners before Columbus that discovered America as well. Decades earlier, even eons earlier, many of these pre-Columbian explorers might have come from Africa, out that Columbus himself was aware that African mariners had preceded him. In his diary of his second voyage, Columbus tells us how the natives of Hispaniola actually had given him gold metal spearheads that they said were brought by black-skinned people who had come in large boats from the south and southeast. Coincidence? I think not. No. Christopher Columbus did not discover America. How do you can discover a place where the inhabitants are watching you arrive from the shore? There are actually many other mariners before
professionally installed bureaucracy that has paid their transit some money and done much for them. And through history, they've been professional scapegoats. So that's the situation we're actually in.
And that's why Candace and the whole French situation is important to understand, because their relationship to this group is very important to understand. So yeah, there you go with the target.
They burned, the French and the British burned down our White House and we never paid them back for it. It's probably time.
So, Jason, if we're going to start talking about professional scapegoats, are we going to talk about the burn reasons tonight?
Well, yeah. I actually did share some material right there. What a Masonic hit looked like at the top levels.
Want to create your own?
They call them the dark arts. I will call it the dark arts. They took
Are you a Mason?
They took out a kid.
Are you a Mason?
Just think of it like they perverted the term.
Nobody brought Leo Frank into this conversation.
They really did pervert everything. So, like, what your modern thought or version of a thing is, like, if it's something that falls under their branch, or something that they are cousins, or something that they're the head of, right, then they perverted it. So there'll be the version that's popularized, and then there's, like, the actual iteration itself, right? Like Freemasonry, I definitely don't think it's bad. I think what they used it for back in the day, and how they perverted it, there was no benefit. But it was like the primary method of getting different groups together, whether it's the actual club during the taking out of the French world during the colonial time. It's all, there wasn't a point when they were taking control of things. So it all comes to the point. It's super interesting. I'll just take you know.
That's a fun fact. Post-World War II, Russia all of those libraries today.
I was always asking.
They also, Russia also, there was the American-Russian company, which
how much
never
bigger
gets
you want
mentioned.
him get?
But Russia
little
was
man's
on our side
anyways.
a lot during the Civil War.
But that joker right here is 1,700 pounds. Maybe a little.
Well, that's all good. That's an important story of how we actually got Alaska.
Rabbit holes. So I do want to invite anybody that wants to speak, ask questions, wants to talk about Candace, wants to talk about how crazy the world we're living in is.
We made a commitment to the audience, Mike. You have to explain how Cabal is an acronym.
My bad. Yeah, so it is the Cabal Ministry, or Cabal refers to a group of high counselors of King Charles II of England, Scotland, and Ireland. So think about that, right? Being king of England, Scotland, and Ireland at the same time. So that means you could have Scottish foreigners that could, in that regiment or that group, go and infiltrate. So it's very beneficial to be a king of multiple nations or territories. The term Cabal has a double meaning. In this context, it refers to the fact that for perhaps the first time in English history, effective power in a royal council was shared by a group of men, a cabal, rather than dominated by a single favorite. The term also serves as the acronym CAPAL, for the name of the 5 privy councillors, Clifford, Arlington, Buckingham, Ashley, and Lauderdale, who formed the council's committee for foreign affairs. Foreign affairs, that right there is your keystone. Look into the foreign affairs, look into the history, look into the version they told you, and then find out that they lied. These 5 members made up the Cabal, Clifford, Arlington, Buckingham, Ashley, Lauderdale, which held most of the power within that government. C stands for Sir Thomas Clifford, 1st Baron Clifford. Anyways, their fucking names are so annoying.
Are there any dots to connect there from those names to the people who are at the helm of these 2 national organizations? One being the Council for National Policy, right?
Yeah,
that's the one that you don't hear about, the Council for National Policy and the Council of Foreign Relations.
Yes, you'll find it like in the United States, you'll have the Diplomatic Corps, which is French for Corps Diplomatique. It's a collective body of foreign diplomats accredited to a particular country or body. Diplomatic corps may, in certain contexts, refer to the collection of accredited heads of missions, ambassadors, high commissioners, nuncios, and others who represent their countries in another state or country. So diplomacy wasn't something that they created. It was actually the content. Well, I don't actually know, because India probably, they were controlling it. But yeah, Council appear as if they're the heroes and they're, saving people from tyranny, when in reality they're the terrorists, and they're just limiting their liability by having a group of nations say, we're all coming together in the unified defense of each other, even though that makes no sense. So
I should like to ask some questions now of a gentleman by the name of, he's a governor right now in Florida, last name DeSantis.
Yeah. You asking me about him or what?
No, this is something that I believe that he might have some insight on. These questions, these very questions, right? The ones where.
Hey, Governor DeSantis, I got you on the telephone. I got somebody named C11 that wants to talk to you on X Spaces right now. Can you take a question, Governor?
Hey, I'm Michael. I have to run, but thanks for holding the space. It's been great.
For sure.
It's good talking.
Hey, can I just say something, Michael? When you said their names are annoying, embrace it. Embrace it. Because Michel Strogno and Pierre Xavier Poussard and all these, this is how you build the intrigue. Yeah, just embrace it, man. The French names, the foreign names, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. By the way, you're really laying it out great tonight. I'm actually really getting intrigued. I'm like, oh my god, now I'm gonna have to listen to episode or season 1 of Michael Corey to really get into it. Seriously, bro, you're breaking it down.
The French, what is that?
Said you know how hard it is to keep this dude on the rails? Come on.
Impossible. But I just, where I do the most interesting work is when I'm researching and I don't have to put on any sort of front. I could just talk about stuff.
No, I really do know. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I know. He's crushing it tonight. It's like understandable. This is awesome.
So I'll read the French Foreign Legion post because everyone's like, French Foreign Legion, French Foreign Legion. What is the French Foreign Legion? Well, I'll tell you guys.
Credit Vsauce real quick on that. Vsauce has been guiding them pretty well. Well done, Vsauce.
You ready for this, TGK? So, Mike, how many teeth do you have to qualify to be in the French Foreign Legion?
4, which goes back to the 4 original unified nations that formed the French Foreign Legion, because it's comprised of foreigners, meaning not French. So I'll have to put this in the top of the nest. But so the French Foreign Legion was literally born directly out of the same royal bloodlines that rule the world today. In 1831, it wasn't some edgy Republican general who created the Legion. It was the French King Louis Philippe I, head of the House of Orleans, signing a royal ordinance to raise a corps of foreigners to fight France's dirty colonial war in Algeria. So French citizens didn't have to do it. That's the origin story. A royal foreign mercenary army built to project power while keeping political damage low at home. Here's the part that the history books often leave out. That same king's daughter, Princess Louise d'Orleans, marries Leopold I. That's the head of house of the Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. He's a prince. He becomes the first king of the Belgians, making her the queen of the Belgians. And so marrying French nobility into the German-British house of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. So the queen, nobility into the bloodline, the German house of Saxe-Coburg. Their descendants, Leopold II, the king who turns the Congo Free State into his private extraction colony, Carlota of Belgium, Empress of Mexico, in a French-backed imperial project. Now plug in Queen Victoria and the rest of Europe. Leopold I of Belgium is the uncle and mentor of Queen Victoria. Victoria marries her own Saxe-Coburg cousin, Prince Albert, fusing the British throne with the German one, into the same German Coburg web. Their children and grandchildren marry onto almost every major European throne. United Kingdom, Windsor's rebrand in 1917, but the bloodline, that's what matters. Bloodline is still Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. Belgium, Leopold line, they actually take over the brand of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha once the British relinquish it. And Belgium is based on Napoleonic Code. It's influenced from Napoleonic Code. So their declarations and all that are written in French. Spain is the Bourbon line tied into the wider Victoria-Coburg cousin network. Scandinavia and the Low Countries, royal houses in Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Netherlands, Luxembourg, all plug into this network of bloodline families. So you've got one royal complex creating the French Foreign Legion to wage colonial wars with foreign bodies, and marrying into Saxe-Coburg Victoria network that ends up ruling the UK, Belgium, Congo, Mexico, Bulgaria, Brazil. Even they marry into the Russian throne, and even Germany. Kaiser Wilhelm is the descendant of Queen Victoria. So the people who all fought World War I, they're all royal noble cousins and family.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Two things to interject and add context. First, have any of you ever heard the phrase, symbolism will be their downfall? Has anyone ever heard that phrase used in context ever? Show of hands, emojis, fart noises, something. Okay, to tie this together, real quick exercise for the audience. Go Google the state flag of Louisiana and tell me what's in the corner of the flag. Okay, I'll give you like 5 seconds.
Maybe they're crest. I don't know if it's their state flag.
No, it's the state. It's on the flag.
Okay.
The Masonic symbol.
It's the Union Jack. But also, what else happened in 1917, Mike?
1917? A lot of shit.
Yeah, like the Austrian nobility having their titles stripped, and they were only allowed to maintain state.
1919.
Oh, I'm sorry, shit, I was wrong. But hey, now you guys get to laugh at me, and you won't forget it. Look at that, 1919. That's
good. That's a really important point because, right, Germany is this duchy. It's a country that's a group that's made up of different sovereigns that are sitting on the thrones of their own little county or jurisdiction. So they have their own house rules, and the imperial Germany has a different set of rules. So actually, the Prince Albert goes to serve in both as head of the Admiralty in the Royal Navy and swears an oath to Kaiser Wilhelm in 1983. So it's like, sorry, 1883, not 1983. So, you know, it's the same royal families that are running point. But to finish up the post, it's the French Foreign Legion isn't just a romantic band of outcasts. It's a royal instrument born on a king's signature, wired into the same dynastic web that carved up Algeria, Congo, Mexico, and half of the 19th century world, and whose countries still wear crowns across Europe. Foreign soldiers, royal commands, same families, same empires, different countries, different uniforms, one royal bloodline. So, and you can literally see it right there on the two houses and the crests. The symbolism is right there, right in your face. And it all means stuff to these people, but to us, we're like, fuck off. We thought we ended this in 1776.
Yeah. Now, that has anything to do with Candace?
Mm-hmm. When she says that the French Foreign Legion's after her, right? And then to DuPont's in Wilmington, Delaware. You know, it's absolutely plausible. And not only absolutely plausible, the way she's talking about it is exactly how they do it. So, sure, to the average person, it sounds fucking crazy, but to the average person, they're trusting the FBI.
And again,
wait, Mike, what about she shifted, wasn't it yesterday? It's to not the DuPonts, to some other PR dude?
The Ukrainian Israeli. Well, you know, think about it, Matt. If you wanted to hire a hitman, would you want him to just be French, or would you want him to be French, Israeli, British, German? I mean, throw it.
No, what I'm saying is I actually, when she first said the guy's name was Pierre and he's a rich guy, and the whole thing started with she heard that there was a donor named Pierre, and there's a Pierre, and he's a DuPont, and her friends were like, hey, you caught that, it's DuPont, and blah, blah, blah. And then she was like, oh my God, it's Pierre DuPont, it's Pierre DuPont.
My good friend Luke.
The next day she's
Welcome to JBS Psychiatric Services with your friend. Music. I'm in the next space. It's called Is Candace Owens Over the Target?
She says it DuPont for some reason.
Oh, she says it
DuPont.
Yeah, if I had a legitimate hit on my life, and you know, I get 7 emails telling me this Ukrainian mercenary, sounds like, with a fake name, you know, shows up down the street, it'd probably scare the shit out of me too, and I'd probably stop talking about the DuPonts and put all focus on this guy.
So now she's changing the narrative because she's scared. So now we can't trust her.
Oh, I don't know.
Listen, I know, I love your thing, but I know that you have your theories, but I just really do believe if someone wanted Charlie taken care of, they would call a black ops guy who was a trusted operator, and they would just send him a picture, and they would just say, get it done. It wouldn't be hundreds of people involved.
But do you think it'd be a good thing to do now, though?
What also consider the fact, like, sure, it could have been hundreds of people, but over the course of 60 years, how many people would have had to have actively collaborated, worked with the stated intent to, and still somehow managed to maintain secrecy of the JFK assassination?
Every country you can think of.
No, the thing would have been that it was taken care of, and then certain people in the higher-ups decided to keep it on a hush-hush because it would make CIA look bad. But really, it could have been one CIA commander, made a call, maybe 1 or 2 people involved. And, you know, I just don't, and keep in mind, this is the president of the United States. Charlie Kirk, I know people said he was going to run for president. Honestly, I don't think he would have become president. I do think he had the ear of the youth, but I don't think he really rose to the level of like an international leader who was about to shut down the Federal Reserve and create banknotes and you know, destroy and shatter the FBI into 1,000 pieces and stuff like that. I just really think if it was you know, Macron's penis, they would have just made a call to a friend and they would have had a guy take care of business. This is not something that would be that hard to do. They could have taken him out in San Diego when me and Luke were there. They had the exact same opportunity. It didn't have to be that moment. It didn't have to be that day. They could have just fallen for a little while and waited and took the shot. Simple as that.
So you're saying they made a show of it on purpose?
I'm sorry, what's that?
You're saying they made a show of it on purpose, you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it for him.
I definitely think they wanted to shoot him, on purpose, but they could have shot him, like, in San Diego. Ask Luke. Like, where we were in San Diego, there was people on the roofs. I remember saying to Luke, I'm like, are those our guys or their guys? Who's on the roof?
Yeah, but
it was multiple
during those days,
and it would have been just as easy in San Diego, and he was on TV, and it could have happened anywhere, anytime, on any of these campuses.
During that time, though,
any operator could have just followed him for a couple of times and went, "This is my time. I'm taking the shot. Done."
Yeah, but it wasn't opportune at that moment because he was still like, I called him Charlie Cook at the time because he was fully owned in the back pocket of it.
Sure, but I just don't think it needs hundreds of people to sit down and say, okay, he crossed the line. Did he cross the line? Call Homeboy. Call the French. He crossed the line. He did this. Call those. Call the Egyptians. Tell them to rent a hangar. Follow fucking Candace around for a few years. Have them stalk her here. Have them do this. Send in these guys. Send in those guys. Cover this. It's like so many people involved. I just think the larger and larger it gets, the less plausible it gets. That's all.
Well, I mean, I don't think we're going to get answers from our government because we're incapacitated. We can't get answers. I mean, like JFK, MLK, Malcolm X, RFK, those files are released, but the trust files, the real powerful stuff, that's not released and likely may never get released. So, yeah.
If I can take the interjection here just real quick to spit out the next bullet point because it's very relevant to what you're just saying. In 1910, right? In 1910, people were discussing secret drafting of the Federal Reserve Act by Nelson Aldrich, Rockefeller-in-law, Paul Warburg, Piot Andrew, Frank Vander Eyck, Henry Davidson Morgan, and Benjamin Strong. Jekyll Island meeting. That's where they sealed the fate of the Titanic and the three opposition. The other three. I think their names are coming up. I can do a quick search, but thank you. I yield.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I would implore you to look into that history a little more, because again, the corporate history of what I'm seeing versus what's actually in their own archives is not matching up. So 1913 is also when you have the Kingsbury Agreement, and AT&T is forced to give up its long lines to foreign companies.
The 16th Amendment. That was the year the 16th Amendment was ratified. The income tax. So now you know why they had to do that. So to make sure that money was going to go where it's supposed to.
I did have to agree with you, though, Michael, on the whole Foreign Legion thing. It's kind of, people might think that sounds weird, but if you put it in the perspective of just modern-day contractors, the so-called contractor, the federal government and the military, whenever they want to run ops that they don't want to get, like, something goes wrong, they don't want to be like, oh, that was our guy. If something goes wrong, they just go, yeah, we fired those guys. We're not using those guys anymore.
Exactly.
The chain of command doesn't go all the way up. And mercenaries and Heshings and foreign, military government, and you go back to Game of Thrones, literally, which this is all really about. And you'll see that they have hired armies and queens that have armies that work for them, and they do deals to get power and control over things because they command armies, and basically, so that does make sense.
But I would say also like getting the King to do your bidding, right? Because if he gets caught in privateer, you're funding wars.
What the King's do?
There was literally a bill I watched the other day. It was like a CSI type thing, but basically a guy in Texas had ordered to get this hooker murdered because he didn't want his wife to find out because they were trying to run a scheme and basically extort him with like $50,000.
But how many million people did he involve in hiring a hitman?
But here's
like back in the day, like when you're getting rid of the American president.
He went to a privatized group, right? And so that privatized group didn't have just one person go. They had multiple people that ended up going. So, I mean, who knows where that information or who they're passing it to that could potentially spread to be more than 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people.
I mean, back in the day when the JFK, before the internet, before the cell phone, before everyone had a camera on them, before everybody was a journalist, before anyone could disseminate information, sure, guys with cigars could sit around and be like, I think he's done, we can't deal with this anymore, I like the deal, make the call. And yeah, they may have talked about it because they all were, and also they were infiltrated by a bunch of foreigners and stuff like that. They were good old boys and they got the job done and they decided to cross the line. It was like a mafia. But nowadays, everyone knows, like, the more people you involve in a conspiracy like this, I mean, once you involve the number of people that Candace has involved in this, there's no way someone hasn't blown the whistle or spilled the beans or doesn't have the info. There's just, once you get up to hundreds of people, it's just not plausible.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at it both ways. I think that the fact that we have the ability to have the conversation is like the most important thing, right? Like we don't have to agree on everything. I don't agree with everything Candace says, but I just think she's pointing the needle in the direction that'll allow more people to understand how this has worked historically, and you know the deeper power structures that still capture and control our corporate, private, education, all of those things. But we'll go to Marie.
I agree. I just fear that she's going to take people away from the crime scene and from the actual facts of the case and just spiraling off into who owns hangars that planes landed at. It's just too much.
When the case does play out, right? Are you going to trust the Tyler Robinson narrative or anything that the court tells us?
I mean, as you've been following me, I've made multiple videos about it not being Tyler Robinson. Multiple videos about alternate theories. Multiple.
So where do you go then? Like, if you are Candace?
Well, I'll tell you what you do is she has enough people. She can have a protest around UVU or around any of these agencies and say, we demand these photographs. We demand this. We demand that there be no plea bargain. I mean, you got Bannon saying there isn't going to be a trial. There's going to be no rematch. I mean, there has to be. The American people absolutely must demand that there be a trial. Because if they have the weapon, they have the gun, they have the pictures of all the things they say they actually have, then it's case closed. And the idea of giving him some, oh, if he really is the guy, then why would you go, we don't want to go too hard on him? We demand to see the evidence. We demand to see that. We demand to see the cameras. We demand to get him off. If it really isn't him, number one thing is get him off. Because the minute they convict him, then the people can go along just like JFK forever and ever arguing about the facts. But once the actual physical apparatus has pinned it on a certain person, then for all intents and purposes, the case is closed. So if you can prove it isn't him, demand to talk to him, demand to speak to the guy, demand to ask what he has to say. Why can he not talk to the people? Why can't he talk to the public? Does he have rights? Is he an American citizen? Why can't we have a fund for his legal fund? Like, these are things that we could be doing to actually get to the bottom instead of spiraling out into an infinite number of fractalized concepts that are weird but not actually getting to the root of the problem.
Because they're running out the clock, Matt. That's the real answer.
And I agree getting to the bottom of it, but if we do it in the form of seeking emotional justice before objective justice, we're going to wind up in the exact same spot in points of history that we've been before. So my thought on this, and sorry to interrupt, but I think both of you are right, and I don't think that everybody is fully right at the same time. I think that we're in a situation where if we're looking at the kings of propaganda that have come through the British and Israel and different things, they're very good at playing both sides and feeding.
Why can't the people talk to Tyler Robinson? Why can't we talk to him? Why should nobody talk to him? How come there's been no word?
Well, and if I may,
Patsy, no worry. I'll let you go. I'm not sorry, but everyone of these Aurora shootings and this shooting, that shooting, they basically have these guys drugged up. They come out with red hair and they have a blanked out stare by the time they come out. This guy was an honor roll student. Like, he should be able to speak.
You're actually proving my point. You're proving my point. A lot of this is to stimulate the seeking of emotional justice so that the public loses its mind one direction or another, and then they'll switch hats and start feeding the other side. This happened all through Weimar Germany, up into Nazi Germany, through World War II. It's happening now in Portland, Oregon. That's probably the greatest example I can give. ICE, the National Guard, go up there and they start removing the homeless, and then everything kind of disappears, and a week later, there's people wearing MAGA gear and MAGA hats, except they still have the tactical helmets with the GoPros, and they're, quote, now suddenly helping ICE and National Guard round up the homeless and the immigrants, and ICE and National Guard are telling them go home. That's Antifa. And Antifa, since 1897, has been the driver for these elites, for the British, for the Bolsheviks, for Israel, and they've been paid to play both sides. And so when I
imagine if we were to focus our intention on hearing from Tyler,
which I fully agree.
Instead of slobbering around on who's a Fed and who's not a Fed, and whether the gun was or the gun wasn't, if we really believe that the number one thing to do is to analyze the actual supposed criminal and give him the actual rights that are supposed to be afforded under whatever whacked out freaking court system I'm sure Michael can tell you about.
I'm like 94% convinced that he doesn't even exist. So that's.
Yeah, and I agree with Matt's point. Like, logically, and Matt, you seem like a very objective person, right? And that's really the big difference between what we're dealing with the right and the left, or the red and the blue, is we have a certain mass that's very subjective. They're going to react emotionally. It's going to be about how they feel. And then you have people that are like, well, these are my feelings, but my feelings don't come first. I want the objective facts. And that you seem very objective. So to have people in that pool, they're like, let's just talk to them and let us use our discernment, or let them have a voice so that we can get to the root of this. That would be an ideal thing. The problem is, because of propaganda and the way that they have created wars, like we go back to the Civil War and Abraham Lincoln, the British were supplying the South at the same time forcing the end of slavery, because they wanted to bring us to our knees. They had an 87-year-old grudge at that point.
Saying how we focus our intention on and the amount of energy we put into whether it was a 30-06 or whether Candace is a Fed or Ian's a Fed or Nick's a Fed. If we were all to say, like, we want to get to the bottom of this, and no offense, if you want to talk about emotional things, I don't know which side you are on the. I'm not even.
I'm like hardcore objective. I want the facts.
So
but I look at these people.
I feel.
Oh yeah.
I feel 99.9% of the time is I feel this and I think that, and it makes me feel I'm not happy, and I'm so weird, and I'm
So the way I look at it,
the way we deal with shit. Focus
the way I look
what
at
the
it.
problem is and get to the bottom of it.
If I may, the way I look at it is there's a couple of options. Humanity has been trained to respond this way almost systematically. So one of the options, whether I believe it's effective or not, it is proven if you saturate. If you saturate, propaganda has a very hard time to continue to exist. And I tend to think, and this is a subjective, I tend to think that that's where we're at in this position, is that saturation is going to cause people to be more objective and to be more like-minded like you or like me. I really don't care about how it makes me feel. I just want the fucking facts. I don't want the propaganda. I don't want the runaround. But the only way that I could go and see that was to kind of pull back and say, where are they playing both sides? And what they wait for is emotional justice. And so if you think about the reaction to Charlie Kirk's death, it was, especially for the youth, there was a huge drive initially for this large emotional justice seeking.
by their playbook, they could have had us by the balls. There wasn't anyone willing to question anything. They wanted his head. And so I get the point of the frustration of like the people that don't need that. We just want the objective facts. But I also get the point that if you're going to decrease that emotional justice, one of the effective ways is to do it through information saturation. That can actually cause discernment in the focus.
Saturation.
Focus saturation, yes, I agree.
Let's talk to Robinson. Let's get the cameras. Let's hear the facts. We need to have the trial instead of spiraling around. If we just stuck with those three things, you talk to Tyler, get the cameras, and I forget what the third one was, but basically, go to the scene of the crime, get the actual physical evidence, talk to Tyler, get the cameras, and just get to the basics.
Now is how you're very appropriately focused on the topics that we've got posted on the space about it being, what happened with Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens' perspective and everything. But what I don't think you're hearing is that Marie is bringing a higher level of abstraction. It's not about any one given topic. It's not about the Charlie Kirk assassination.
I understand. I'm going to leave here in a second, but she's saying we need to get over the emotional thing. But then at the same time, she's being emotional. I'm just saying focus, and we'll get it done.
And you are trying to get
I love you guys. I gotta go.
your own framework.
Thanks for popping in.
Wasting our time. Metaphysics versus.
All right, you try to characterize things through your own framework, and this is going to be appropriate for anybody, whether it's in this space, whether it's in a conversation with somebody in line at Starbucks or at church, wherever it is. What we have been programmed into collectively is viewing things through a certain lens, a certain framework, and it does not allow for the perspective of others or the possibility of additional information, whether that is from history that has been forgotten and rewritten, whether that is from information that used to be scientific and is now considered to be satanic, whether it is, fill in the blank. And so what I think we need to come back to and remember above all is that your perception is valuable, and it is not a matter of is something emotional or is something objective. You have to recognize that there is a balance in all of that. And I think, Marie, that's more what you were getting at, if I heard you correctly.
Yeah, and it really, as long as, we're the pendulum, our perception is the prize. They are constantly looking to control our perception. And we want to name the cabal, which Michael Corey and Vsauce did amazing. I mean, the digging on the British and the royalties and the crown is just phenomenal out of these two continuously. But, okay, let's go find them. So, what I'm saying is they are very efficient. They don't really, they have an idea of which way they want to turn out, but they'll play both sides. They'll capitalize on both sides because the goal ultimately is just like the American Civil War, is for us to just destroy ourselves for their benefit. And as long as we, go ahead.
Here's a fun fact. So, speaking of the Civil War, Mike and I were digging in the other day. Just so happens that the South didn't adopt the penal colony in the same way that the English used it. However, they did sublet out or sublease out labor that was withheld within institutions. So they would actually take prisoners and then sell their labor out to the open market. And that was one of the largest threats to the North market because they had access to low-cost labor and volume because they had so many prisoners. Gamblers, what you got, buddy? Marie, we'll jump back in just a second. Gamblers throwing gang signs and stuff at me.
You've been waiting forever.
No, I take a look at all this and I just think of this all as diversion. And I understand it is important, but we're elected by the people, or we should be. And clearly, right now, our elected officials don't work for us. We all can see that. We all understand that. And I could go in and explain, and you could take a look at any election that has a vote by mail system. At the end of every election, they adjudicate the ballots and they fix every ballot that is in the wrong ballot style. That is what you see in all the Dominion machines and all that. And if you want to go ahead and fix it and kick them out and have our politicians actually listen to the people, you have to remove them out of the election. And that goes for every cabal group that there is out there, whether it be any of the groups controlling it. And you could go ahead and take a look at the laws that are passed, and you could go through every single one and see exactly when things change. And you could recognize it's happening by the same lawyers working for the same people and then the same subgroups underneath it. You could probably tie one in for each group that you're concerned about. And it's clear how much money we spend at the problems and all that stuff. But what I'm saying is that if we just take, I don't understand, I don't know. That's basically what I'm saying. Anyone have?
It's like that. Sometimes it'd be like that, though. And the election theft thing is going to come out to be like significantly larger than any of us had ever.
Well, you take a look at this last election, Prop 50, right? Prop 50, you had almost every single county in California have one ballot style. The reason why they did that is if they were to actually have reporting districts, you would have multiple areas where ballots shifted from one ballot style to another, meaning I mailed you out ballot type number 1, you mailed me back ballot type number 2. How did this happen? Well, it happened very simple. It's the process. And I'll tell you what the process is. You check all the signatures once they're verified. You move them to a slicer. They get sliced open and you pull all the ballots out. They go through the tabulator. The tabulator counts out each one of those ballots. Now you have two different reports. You have the report of all the ballots that came in and you have all the report of the signatures. The adjudication process, which is recorded every single election, tells you every time that they needed to move one ballot from one style and move it to another style. That doesn't come from a mess up on the ballot. It doesn't come from the ballot being so wrinkled it needed to be redone. That comes from my only understanding is the only way that this happens is the registrar really screwed up when they mailed out the ballots, or someone during the process steamed open the ballot, switched out the contents, and replaced it. We're going to go into another election with a bunch of these states running elections that are primarily vote by mail. And the same organizations that help out with the migrant process, the same organizations that help out with the homeless process, the same organizations actually decertified our elections. And they're the ones that protected every single time anyone goes against it.
Gambler, it's so much worse than that. So it's not even that they're changing out ballots. They're actually accessing the back-end data and altering the outcome digitally. That's what they did. Shout out Maricopa County. But we actually have the network maps, the access maps, where it came from, like all that was mapped out 3 years ago. And
No. I get what the map does say, but I think people are misunderstanding it.
Oh no, there's no misunderstanding it, buddy. Those things are connected to the live internet, and they were accessed live through the internet manually through a relay server in Chile. Like that's it. That happened. It was done from Serbia, and it's about as egregious as you could possibly imagine. And not only that, there was a plot that started in at least 2018, probably 2019, and maybe even before that, with a series of certain governors that includes J.B. Pritzker to knowingly create sanctuary cities, import illegal migrants, knowing that it would alter the outcome of the census that would ultimately have an effect on the Electoral College. They've been running this gambit for a long-ass time, and they just got caught.
Well, I'll just tell you this with the tabulator. Like, the reason why I find that a little bit, you need a paper trail. And that that paper trail matches with the machines. And I can tell you the adjudication process that every single county did, and they started doing this and they ramped it up, and it's based off of poll site voting rules. I know this because I worked there for 20 years. I know exactly what we're doing and why you can barely find it. And the reason why they don't want that report out. That what people are seeing is the two reports don't match. So what ends up happening real quick is they go, hey, look, we need to pull 400 ballots out of this precinct. We need to pull 300 ballots out of this precinct. We need to pull 300 ballots in this precinct, and we need to add 200 ballots in this one, and so on and so forth. That is done automatically, I bet you, with the new system that they have. Because the way we used to do it, and this is the ballots that you found underneath the table, what ended up happening was during the count, when they counting all the ballots, because they were used to be all sorted by friggin' precincts. And when they were all sorted by precincts, they would get rejected if it came back with the wrong ballot type. That number became so big that it was obvious that there was a problem. And when that happened, what they ended up doing over the middle of the night, they ended up counting all those ballots by, most likely, by just statewide and statewide and federal issues. And that's why every single one counted, because they no longer knew which precinct it was supposed to be. But they knew that that ballot was wrong. And so what they ended up doing is counting it instead of making it, basically telling the people what ended up taking place. And so that is why every system uses the same thing, and that's why we separate the signatures from the ballot types. That's why there's a adjudication process that gets fixed manual. Now, if what you're saying is true, then someone at the registrar of voters office basically printed out another stack of paper that would add up to the machine. And that is probably why you can never really prove that out, because it doesn't really work that way.
That's the thing. It was proven, and the evidence wasn't allowed to be entered into court because it was Arizona. But Clay Parikh did a really good roundup on how to hack a machine with a paperclip. Actually, I think it was Nankpen. Asterisk. I think it was Nankpen. But there is an astonishing amount of network forensic scans that shows literally every thing that's connected to those networks and where they route back.
No, I get you on that, but the paper trail matches those machines.
Yeah,
that is what I'm telling you, because when I worked there, up to the point that I worked there, that was always the case. There's a paper trail that gets printed out except for 1 year, and 1 year only, and I think that was back in 2006, when the machines did not have a paper trail. Now, do I trust that paper trail completely? No, the paper trail was burnt on the thermal paper. And thinking back at it, we should have never done it that way. We should have done specialty paper where we could track it.
Do you follow the Clinton Foundation whistleblowers by chance?
I tried talking to everyone at one point, and everyone said I was full of it, and now more and more people are coming down to my point of view on this.
Yeah, right. If you got time, quick, we're gonna cycle to another hand quick. Run over to it's CWFBERS is their handle, Clinton Foundation Whistleblowers. Go to their profile and search Post Office, Pennsylvania. And while you're doing that, because that's gonna blow your mind, the Post Office would not provide the information as to who actually paid for those free transfers. And what's more interesting, and back in that time, there was speculation that the United States Post Office was moving ballots in post office trucks, but they would actually have the post office truck or the mail service truck, whatever it is, they would have it towed to a location so that there wasn't a driver affiliated with the route, and so that mileage wouldn't accrue on the vehicle, and it would look like it was down for maintenance, but it was actually transporting cargo from place to place on the back of a rollback instead of rolling down the road.
No, and I find that crazy. But I definitely need to look more into that, because I'm not saying every registrar is a good registrar. I believe that there are very corrupt ones and ones willing to go in and take a payday. And I bet you those are the ones that shit happened to.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and the overwhelming majority of them, unfortunately. John.
How
What's your? Actually, you know what? John, I'm sorry, ladies first. Marie, circle back around. John will close it out. And I think Mike's phone just rang. He got the call to shut it down. Pretty sure his girlfriend's going to be calling him in like 10 minutes.
No, I gotta jump into a meeting, so.
Yeah. So we'll close out the hands here. Marie, go right ahead. We'll jump over to John. We'll circle back around for closing remarks.
Well, I'll leave this whole war alone till another night. I had a very crazy interaction earlier this year. My license plate kind of started it, and if you want to know what my license plate says, I'll tell you, but it's pretty crude, and I'm kind of over the whole racial thing, so I said, why not make fun of myself? And anyway, if we want to get to that story, we can. It would be quick. It's interesting who the first legal slave owner was in the States to kick off this whole shebang. And I wanted to circle back to something you had said, DeSauce, through this election process and the voting machines. You had mentioned that certain governors opened the door for sanctuary cities and the mass immigration that was coming, but we all weren't aware of until it arrived on our doorstep. I am really, really waiting for, as we get through the 2020 fraudulent election, that we get to the money part, because the money part is going to implicate the Catholic Church, the Lutheran Church, and the Jewish people NGOs. Because those
it gets better. I'm sorry to cut you off, but it gets even better than that. So back when we were doing those network forensic scans into Arizona, we actually discovered an IP ping that triangulated or locally located within a quarter of a mile of a Latter-day Saints temple. Asterisk. Just so you know, that actually happened.
Well, and that's another interesting part, is if you look at some of the Latter-day Saint Church, they actually operated separate from the entire entity, and they operated as a sub-NGO for these three main NGOs. So you had the Jewish people.
And they got body slammed for running a dang on a pseudo hedge fund without calling it a hedge fund. It was like 3 years ago. They got tagged for a shitload of money.
Well, these three main ones, just on the premise of immigration alone, what I've been tracking is they all came to the treasurer, and the DHS Mayorkas at the time was basically telling the people, if they come, just don't ask questions, transfer the money. This started under Obama. It really ramped up under Biden after they had him in for the immigration. And they used our tax dollars to fly all of these immigrants to the border. Because if you look at the Trail of Tears, as I nickname it, across the landscapes these people supposedly migrated, it is impossible to do that in 3 months. It's a 10-month on foot, and good luck doing that with a backpack and a baby. It would have been like a full wagon train. But these NGOs came and they asked for an average of like $600 billion a piece, and it was transferred from our treasury, no questions asked. But what they also did is there's on average, 16 different sub-NGOs under each of these. And so all of those 48 also came to the government and asked for hundreds of billions of nonprofit, religious-related monies. And then all of those sub-NGOs end up funneling and laundering the money to these three main. And that money, they used our tax dollars to violate our voting rights. They used our tax dollars to drop these people off at the border. And then further, with the corporations buying the single-story homes, they used our tax dollars to come in and tell those people, kick your renter out that's an American, we'll pay you double to house this migrant. And it's caused all of these crises. So for me, I know we're going to get close when those NGOs start getting implicated, not just with the immigration, like they have, but when they start getting implicated as the funding for the corruption in the voting.
That's correct. And Mayorkas was on the board of governors of FirstNet, by the way. That's an interesting piece of information that a lot of people overlook, and Mike knows why. And I was going to foray into doggone Cradle Point and all of that, but I don't know that that's even necessary.
One company controls everything you care about.
It's the Eye of Sauron.
That's the nuts and bolts of it. But let's jump to John and C11, and then we will wrap up.
Real quick point to what you were just talking about with Latter-day Saints too. Epic rabbit holes is the connection with the family tree services. and DNA. Looking into that, who runs and controls a good majority of those operations. It'll blow your mind, which is a good transition into, I guess, kind of my closing point with the guns turned inwards and international of sorts, because our alphabet soup agencies who are supposed to be protecting the outside from foreign interference, right, turn their guns inward. And this happened over a long period of time. Started, pre-JFK, but, in modern history, let's just say JFK going forward. And, hence his big speech about, shattering the CIA into, thousands of pieces or whatever. But anyways, what came to fruition in physical form was Charlie Kirk. That was, call it theater, call it whatever you want. It was real that a man died, and it was broadcasted. That should be the tell of all tells. It's good to think international, but don't forget international is dealing with trade, state among state, and we can't forget that aspect of how that plays a role into things of foreign interference. And look here, not there, because the narrative shifts to foreign nations, international commerce, versus inside international trade amongst states and the nation states, right? And on the American side. And, I really wanted to say that because it's fascinating hearing the words district and registrar. And if you start researching terms based on these specific entities, and Diesel has a great point as far as the post, by the way. That's epic, because how does the UPU, Universal Postal Union, tie into international and that?
John, we don't have time to talk about Quantum Kramer tonight, buddy. Don't get me going on Russell J. Gould right now.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's crazy because it brings like a global aspect into constant, internal affairs. And we think our counties are one thing and our states are one thing, but ultimately it's like, we really got to look at the big picture of, the system and what the system is and what it's not. And I think that'll, give a big perspective on more, as well as, not just the minutia of the voting, but, the system that we're voting in. I think that's a really important part. But anyways, great.
It's weird you go to the post office to get your passport, isn't it?
Right. And we're supposed to go to the Secretary of State for state IDs, but how does the DMV play a role into this and the DOT? Weird.
The private enterprise is creating money for come on.
Exactly, man. Exactly. But great space, guys.
C11, we'll go to you and then we'll wrap.
Thank you. I'm going to keep it brief. I saw that there are a couple of users with the number 17, and so I will turn to page 17 of my advanced guidance systems to offer some insight. Hands down, the most terrifying movie I saw was a child. The most terrifying movie I saw as a child wasn't any of the horror films I watched. It was the trailer for Wait Until Dark. Before I even knew what Redacted and Redacted, I watched Redacted between Peter Finch and Murray Head in Sunday Bloody Sunday. I wasn't shocked, I was confused. But I was shocked by the Redacted and Redacted between Alan Bates and Oliver Reed in the trailer for Ken Russell's Women in Love. I also got the gist of the terrifying implications of male subjugation in the trailer for the prison drama Fortune and Men's Eyes. And for some reason, I found the trippy trailer for Frank Zappa's 200 Motels frightening. Was there any movie back then I couldn't handle? Yes. Bambi. Bambi getting lost from his mother, being shot by the hunter, and that horrifying forest fire upset me like nothing else I saw in the movies. It wasn't until 1974 when I saw Wes Craven's The Last House on the Left that anything came close. Now those sequences and
Mr. Nasheed. I just wanted to bring up something very quickly to the Somalian community. You can't claim to be part of the SBA community or masquerade behind black excellence when you act like the stereotype. A racist from 1961 would literally, this is his wet, you are his wet dream. All you do is scam people, you scam welfare, you're not honest, you steal everything that you touch, and then you want to just go back to your country. You are the stereotype. So all I'm saying is, Mr. Nasheed, you can't claim to be part of the community and then act 100% worse, no, 150% worse than the stereotype. I yield my seat.
There you go. Thank you so much. All right. Mr. John, hop on in, sir.
Hey Tariq, I don't know you that well, so that former speaker, that was a that was a roast, a barbecue. I don't know, do you feel burned? Do you want to pass me the barbecue sauce?
Yeah, man, it was very interesting. Very, very interesting. Where located, John?
I'm running for Congress in Illinois. I live in Chicago. It sounds to me like that former speaker was accusing you or other people of possibly being a part of clown world. And, it's my belief that the greatest threat to America is not the Jews and Israel or Europe and NATO or Russia and Putin, but it's the clown world citizens of America. It's the clown Americans everywhere at every major agency, every major corporation. I'm not a disgruntled white person, who has had his job taken away and given to some H-1B visa. I'm just saying that it's my opinion that there's a lot of really brainwashed, maybe sincere people, but all communication is hypnosis. And when this campaign is over, either I'm going to open up a psychiatric facility for people who have Jewish derangement syndrome or have cell phone addiction, and are compulsive speakers and are compulsive thinkers and don't read books and don't go to the gym. So
Facility for people who have Jewish derangement syndrome. Are compulsive
Kick me.
speakers and are compulsive thinkers and don't read books.
Thank you. I don't know what he's talking about, to be honest. He kind of lost me. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. He kind of lost me. He's talking about clown world and all this. So I don't know what he's talking about. So that's Alon and Newman.
That was awesome.
All right. Shout out to everybody in here. Cornbread in here. Shout out to everybody in here. Down in here. Everybody retweet the space. We got a lot of folks in here. So we in here heavy. We are in here heavy, ladies and gentlemen. Respect to the family. But we got to talk about, somebody brought this up earlier, about the coach over in Michigan who got they fired him, Sharon Moore. Everybody's talking about that right now. Sharon, am I pronouncing his name right? Because I don't really follow sports like that, but I'm following this story. Sharon Moore.
It's funny how, if you do want to speak, you have to have a credible profile.
An NVIDIA token, so I need you guys to lock in, because obviously if we're just going to be giving stuff away, we're going to be giving the alpha. I'm not even asking you guys to pay me for these spaces, right? Just come in, enjoy it for free, but please let everybody know about it. Let's get this in the algorithm. Let's all grow. I want everyone to leave here with more followers. I want everyone to leave here with higher engagements. And if that's not what you're coming in for, then I am sorry, but you are in the wrong space. You were supposed to go to the other one, and that is fine. You can still hang out. But, obviously you guys are here to grow. So with that being said, just do all of the above. And while you're at it, just match that post up on the Jumbotron, guys. We're going to get as many people in that community as possible. And yeah, I'll shut the fuck up now. Miss, why don't you?
Let me put my glasses on so you can read what I'm
Get your
reading.
glasses and accept the co-host.
I just did.
No, you did not.
Listen, I'm going to read to you what I have after I accepted that. So want to help manage this recorded space as co-host. And I pressed yes.
Martha, don't you start lying to me. I'm gonna cancel it. I'm gonna send you another one.
birth rates. So, yeah, lots to unpack, lots to cover. And look, when it comes to like this whole notion of porn, people think that it's just temporary, and Ian mentioned that digital prostitution, which is what the main source of it is these days, is up like 50-something thousand %. That's absurd. And there's this notion, you see feminists like, real men don't care about a woman's past. I know she's saying that sarcastically. Well, your past on the internet is forever. So you make stupid decisions, you're going to win stupid prizes, and your past will stay with you and, be a continued stain on your reputation. So, this notion of thinking, some short-term gain won't have consequences long-term is, delusion. Like, John, I don't know why you're here, man. Like, what's up? You want to, spurg out again? Like, why?
Spurg! Is this Epstein Files case number room 1265?
Is one, man. It's slow right now. Anyway, I have some shit to do, so.
Before he make some noise running off at the mouth, I want to say.
I'll just drop him once
That's not good.
Joanne's gonna
I'm
call
here.
us, so drop him.
I'm
When he
here.
gets on the line,
I'm not gonna spurg out.
Why do you do that? Like, do you have some mental problem? Like, you think that the way you communicate is effective? Is that how you're gonna reach your masses and try to achieve getting into
Mental
Congress?
problems? I would rather read a book than be here right now. Are you kidding me? I want to go study the Torah and go read a book with my rabbi. I mean, I came here to make you guys laugh because you guys are obsessed with Jews.
Right. What you came to say?
Are you done too? Yeah.
No, I'm not done.
What do you think, you're on FM radio or something? Like, what
Is this the radio? I called FM 95.5. You're not playing my favorite songs anymore. Everything is Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Jews, the Jews, the Jews. Israel. Manipulation.
How much money have you got them yet?
I don't know. Has Ukraine gotten the $1 billion yet? Has Israel gotten the extra $600 billion? How much more money are we going to send to Ukraine and Israel? Have they gotten their shekels yet?
He's under the spell. He's under the spell.
He's so annoying.
Hold on, you guys. I got a call from my APAC handler. They want me to update my shtick. Please hold.
You're not even good enough for APAC. Stop being pathetic.
Well, Zelensky is good enough for us. No need to hold open and fair elections in Ukraine. Just send Zelensky another $800 billion.
I double dog dare you to stick your tongue to a pole outside in the winter.
I triple dog dare you to read a book.
Hey, John, I don't know if you saw my most recent post. Zelensky's got an Israeli passport.
Oy vey, it's true. It's a global conspiracy.
The guys, they've been busted for corruption, stealing, and they took off to Israel. What do you think he's going to do? Pull that money he's stolen, the villas he's bought, he owns a hotel, a casino, probably has a brothel too. They won't mention that part. The mayor of Kiev, Vladimir Klitschko, he owns over 100 brothels. Yeah, he's a Jew. So this is what the Jews do. And they're all about pornography. You're going to learn about Samuel Roth. It's funny that not a single U.S. politician cares about degeneracy laws or obscenity laws, is what it is specifically. None of them want to go back and change that stuff to protect the kids. Because most of these sites that you carry, I don't know if you even care about child trafficking, but they use pornography sites to post videos of child sexuality and child rape. Are you aware of that?
Well, I'm trying to be a little funny. It's getting late. Well, I know Jews own it.
The level of your ignorance is that millions of young girls are on OnlyFans, and it's advertised to them at a young age, and that's owned by a Jew too, named Radvinsky. So you're obsessed with Jews. When you say stuff like that, I name names on every single space.
Have you heard of Yitzhak Rabin?
Episode 120 on the uncensored Epstein files. I'm naming you.
Ribbon Shalom, have you heard of Menachem Schneerson?
You sit there and cry with your shitty mic all you like, and I'll just mute you. You stupid fuck. Anyway, you can bitch on and cry all you like. Take your message wherever, and nobody's going to go find a soapbox somewhere, or maybe someone will listen to you. Why don't you go on Stealth Space? She'll appreciate someone like you. Maybe she'll even help fundraise for you. She's got nothing else to do. She's just a bored, lonely, whatever she is. I don't know. I think she's a divorcee. I don't want to make fun of her person. I don't even care. The point is, maybe you'll get some support over there. Your views may be popular, but here, I expose the Jewish problem, especially when it comes to degeneracy, pornography, child trafficking, because that's what they're all about. That's what they do. That's what they're proud of. So you can sit there and cry and say it's an obsession. No, it's called a concern, a legitimate concern, because kids shouldn't be trafficked. Maybe you're okay with stuff like that. Maybe you're all about child molestation. Maybe you were molested as a child, so you don't care and it's normalized for you. But it's not for me.
Projection alert! Projection alert!
But so you can come and
projection alert!
I only brought you up so
projection
I can tell you
alert!
in your face what I think. And if you annoy me a little more, I'm just
gonna
drop you.
Projection alert!
Like Ian did, and then you wouldn't get to listen anymore. You'll have to use one of an alt account or whatever it is you fucking do.
Oh, an alt account. I want to go to bed. I'm tired.
You can fuck right off, as far as I'm concerned. This is a serious conversation, and I go out of my way to provide receipts and research for the stuff that I do. A clown like you just wants to distract from a serious message because you want the Jews to get away with their crimes.
Somebody's a little angry.
You don't come on a serious platform.
Somebody's a little triggered.
Even though you simp so
Somebody's a little triggered. Are you an American?
It's a legitimate concern. The biggest human trafficker and blackmailer, according to Howard Lutnick, is Jeff Epstein. And there's Jews that created the circumstances for guys like Jeff Epstein to thrive in and push child pornography, which he has a ton of. The FBI's got a lot of the evidence, thousands and thousands of hours of child sex trafficking, child rape, essentially, that these politicians have done. So there's every reason in the world to be concerned about stuff like this. The fact that you're not just goes to show you're no better than like a Pierce Morgan that's tolerant of everything. A fucking cuck. And his wife took a 6-week sabbatical from their marriage to go fuck other guys. Guys like you think that's okay though. Hey, that's a woman. That's a woman.
Pierce Morgan's wife was a fucking.
Hand her a tampon when she needs it. You're that guy that'll make breakfast for your wife's boyfriend the next day. That's how you sound when you talk. A fucking simp. A pathetic.
Gotta clip those.
The way you're going.
It's a good roast.
So either man up, find your balls. Maybe you do some testosterone injections so you don't sound like a high-pitched little bitch. And maybe someone will take you seriously, because for now you're just a big joke. So it's been fun. I have a few things to do. And if you piss Joanne off, she's got her balls for bullshit, and she's got her Jew daughter on, you're just going to get dropped like a bad habit. I'll leave it there. Go ahead, Joanne.
That was a good roast. I like self-deprecation.
Oh, he got muted on his own. That was amazing. Good. He stands for nothing. That's why no one supports you, John.
That's projection, bitch.
John, you're gonna get one vote.
That's all projection. When you told me that I was raped and molested by a family member, that's projection. When you say nobody's gonna vote for me and I'm a loser, that's projection. This is the projection show. You guys have an unincorporated shadow self. Go study C.G. Young. Read a book. Try to do an education room instead of wasting your life talking about a dead guy.
This is literally an education room.
Every fucking episode comes with full receipts.
This is a political room, you schmuck. This is politics. This isn't education. Go read your Bibles. Turn your phones off. Am I the guy from Network?
Settle down with somebody. Male, female, whatever.
Male, female. Are you accusing me of being a homosexual, sir? I love pussy. And if you don't love pussy, you're like Milo Yiannopoulos and Nick Fuentes and maybe Tim Pool, because I don't think Tim Pool's wife is giving him any. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making fake news reports about people shooting at his house.
Yells like this.
Which bar do you frequent, John? Where are you in Florida?
There's no alcohol. I'm in Illinois. I'm running for Congress here in Illinois. I have no alcohol. This is pure energy, pure spirit. Because when Jewish derangement syndrome and Jew hate becomes the topic of every night's conversation, you might be a schmuck. Go read a book. Go to the gym. Do something with your life.
We fucking despise that. And behind the despise is put into every fucking episode, but you are too ignorant and retarded to figure that out. Okay?
That's like your opinion of something, dude, and that's projection.
Chicago, Illinois. Top 10 things, John, since you're a congressman, since you're running for Congress. Top 10 things.
that annoy me about Chicago? Well, first of all, Brandon Johnson, our mayor, is a communist from the Chicago Teachers Union who doesn't know simple mathematics. He's the dumbest human being you've ever met. And we live in clown world. Well, sometimes you gotta play the fool to help convert people to become the sage.
Sometimes you gotta
I'm
get
just saying, if you've never studied the Torah and you've never read a book, you might be low IQ and your LLM brain might not have enough vocabulary in it to understand the gravity of the situation.
That people like you do the same as the people before you. That you get
He's talking like brothers in Chicago.
He's just Chicago. I'm doing a couple things. John, you got maybe a few minutes. Take advantage. You're not going to have enough space. It's going to get busier too, so you can be a dumbass. He'll immediately get dropped, or you can smarten the fuck up. Maybe you'll stick around a little bit longer. So
I got a sleep schedule. It's called my circadian rhythm. I'm not up all night till 3 in the morning talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
I bet you can't even spell circadian rhythm. So anyway.
Well, listen, ladies and gentlemen, if there's one thing of value that I can offer you here tonight, it's to take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds. This is your Jeffrey Epstein meditation moment. Go within and experience the Jewish Zen philosophy of enlightenment.
Hold it for 10 seconds. This is your Jeffrey Epstein meditation moment. And experience.
Thank you so much for hosting.
That was huge.
So much for being here. And guys, please repost this space. And
Hope you guys enjoyed.
I will also repost that. And there is also super chats in the nest. And I will post in the Purple Pill a really cool space that Truth and Ian were on. It was amazing. They were proving that everything that the Jews say are lies. And also
This shit's so crazy, man. The only person in the world hearing this insanity. Everything the Jews say is a lie. It's crazy.
Moments that everyone can listen to. Like I would look back and say like, oh, there's a couple of clips. No, there is like literally like the entire space would be clippable. It's just so great. So yeah, thank you so much everybody for being here.
This is too funny. I'm driving these people crazy.
It's also a pornographer, right?
Yes, he is.
Absolutely disgusting.
I just want to say how blessed I feel to have been a part of 30 episodes at this point, and the knowledge and wealth of knowledge I have gained from each and every one of these episodes, and all of you guys, the friends that I've made along the journey of learning.
You want me back?
I hope that you continue to just keep pushing the way you have, man. And yeah, I look forward to more and more episodes, and I'm trying to gain and grow more on my end so I can support you in either way, even if it's coffee or coming in here and while you're, setting up for this episode, dealing with these fucking retards. It is kind of fun to fight with these people a little bit, have a semi-discord with them, but yeah, it's great to see everybody.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming up, St. Joseph, and for everyone. It's a collective effort, right? So we have our dark night, like Truth Teller and Ian, that are in the front, but then it's all of us collectively that are making the change. And yeah, no, I'm like super white pill because there is so many more people that have woken up, and it's just absolutely beautiful. And thank you everybody. All right, my friend Sue, how are you? Thank you so much for coming up.
Hey guys, how are you? Thanks for the mic and the space. I've never heard of Samuel, so this is good. I like learning new things. I wanted to talk about a case story. I think my friend is down below. She's a little shy. She told me I could share the story. I invited her, and she came in the night of the DMSO presentation, and she immediately got it and started taking it. She was extremely sick, vax-injured, just bedridden, what have you. She called me yesterday, and she just can't believe that she was able to get out of bed.
One of those you talk about fucking transgender. Even if you're okay, we just talk about the fucking transgenders.
Country and sending the FBI after fucking parents, right? Let's talk in another year and we'll figure it out. And maybe you're right. I hope not, but maybe you're right.
Problem that your guy, and don't tell me, oh man, that's just campaign talk, done. Like when it's got to on day one. Well, don't say that shit.
But done, you're a grown damn man. If you thought that was going to happen, listen, brother, you're a grown man. If you thought anything, it has never ever in history worked like that when the president comes in and then day one shit just changes. You know that being an adult. What he's saying is, I'm going to try to do this in a timely manner. That's what I'm going to start working on day one. Anybody thought that he was going to stop all these wars and bring prices down on day one as a goddamn child? Come on, man.
I ain't gonna lie. That what the fuck he said though about that Ukraine war though. I ain't gonna fucking lie, bro. He said that shit. I promise you.
Is that what you thought though?
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what that
So wait a minute. See, this is what I'm saying. See, we stop being genuine, right? So any other time if we talk about the, okay, go ahead. I'll be quiet.
And family, he did. Day one, he said, I got the power. I got basically like them motherfuckers gonna do what I say do. And me and Putin cool. I'm finna stop the war. So I did. I thought he was finna stop the motherfucking war.
Did he spend about
Did he give a good faith effort? Did you see him bring dude to the White House and try to sign a deal that would put American civilians in that area that would secure them from being bombed by Russia? And then you see that same dude keep talking shit about Russia, and Trump tell him, yo, dog, you got to chill. And boy tell Trump, hey, well, y'all gonna have to get ready to put y'all citizens in harm's way. And Trump tell him, well, hold on, fam. Don't tell us what the fuck we gonna do over here. You get your shit and get the fuck out. That's not what happened.
Yeah, it did play out that way, but what I was flattering is the nigga kept sending the motherfuckers money, and he's still sending them money, bro. Come on now.
We have international agreements, because this is what I'm saying. He's in nowhere situations, right? If he stops sending them money and we go through it with NATO and all that shit, then y'all be like, look what he did to NATO, see? Because he ain't send Ukraine no money. If he send Ukraine money, y'all be like, he's still sending Ukraine money. If he tries to end the war and they don't play by ball, oh, look, he ain't in no war. If he don't say shit to him, but he was going to end the war. Like, it's a no-win situation. All I'm saying is, yo, if we can look at it and speak about that shit objectively and honestly, dude has tried to do everything that he said he was going to do. He's giving that shit a good faith effort.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. When his voters and him and the people around him pop as much shit as they was popping in the primary and in the election cycle, you know, going from town to town speaking, I'm gonna end the war immediately, you know, all this stuff. I got, like she said, I got the power. He's talking about like he's the quintessential businessman that can get it done, and we're gonna stop sending money over there. Okay, listen, check this out. You're saying, well, you guys need to be more mature in how you're analyzing his words. Okay, well, here's the whole thing. Maturity is holding the person to what they said. We didn't say it, he said it. We should be expected to have some magical abilities to read between the lines or read deeper into it. Don't say, well, you see, guys, he's really saying this, and his voters are really saying he's going to end the World War in one day. But those of us who are not voting for him, we're missing what they're actually saying, which is, he doesn't mean in one day, he means in a timely fashion. Well, listen, if that's what he meant, and that's what you guys knew he meant, then you should have just said that. You should have just said that. Don't come down later and say, well, that's not what he really meant when he don't do what he said he was going to do, because that's unfair. That's unfair.
So again, I'm going to ask again, any other time when we talk about the economy, anything like that, any president, when does the president that just came in 2 months ago get credit for anything that happens in that economy? When in the history of your fucking life has that ever been the case? This is what I'm saying. Because we don't like somebody, we want to go to the extreme. No, come on, man. Yes, they all speak in campaign rhetoric. Yes, he was saying, I'm going to try to do this in a timely manner. And as I said before, he's tried to do that in a timely manner. Did it succeed? No, it didn't succeed. But that motherfucker tried. Was the other people trying to end the goddamn war? And then how about y'all saying he ain't in the Ukraine war, but y'all ain't in the Ukraine war, but there's 8 other wars that this man is credited for ending. He's been nominated 3 times for a Nobel Peace Prize for the Abraham Accords, and just won the first inaugural FIFA Peace Prize that had 43 world leaders there to see this nigga accepted. But we'll sit there and point, oh, he ain't in that war the first day. Like, this is no objectivity, and it's because you want to lean one way. That's crazy.
They killed up all them innocent women and children over there in Gaza, bro. He shouldn't win a fuck thing. He was supporting that shit. I'm sorry. I think, and if we're gonna give him grace, okay? If we're gonna give him grace, then you might as well go ahead and give the
Hello, moderators. I hate to remind you, you don't give grace. You already have it. It's kind of egotistical.
Do you care if I finish? Thank you, sir. It's like you need to go to the previous administration and give them grace as well. I mean, hell, their hands was tied too then. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just not being consistent across the board. That's all.
Okay, well, explain to me how they handle. Again, I seen Trump come in and try to sit down with with Zelensky and try to sign an agreement that would have, again, civilians there that would keep people from bombing them. Now, tell me, during the whole 4 years that Biden was in there, when did he try to sit down and bring both parties to the table to sign an agreement, to sign a peace agreement? When did that happen?
I don't know, but he definitely did it with Netanyahu. As a matter of fact, they say he wouldn't even fuck with Netanyahu. Netanyahu didn't like Biden because he wasn't playing with that Biden wasn't playing with that bullshit he had going on. So I can't tell you about the Ukraine other than the fact that I guess they respond. Do you mind if I finish? Thank you, sir. I can't tell you about Ukraine, right?
I get
other
all
than the
riled
fact
up,
that
sorry.
yeah, okay. Other than the fact that they was doing, I guess, had the same excuse you just gave Trump. You know what I'm saying? They got contracts and all that bullshit they got to follow through with. But I can tell you about Biden, and he didn't like Biden because Biden wasn't playing along with that bullshit he had going on. He literally sat
What bullshit?
genocide, and then your boy came into office supporting that shit. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, bro, but that's just like your opinion or something, and that's not a very good political analysis. Dr. Responsible knows the truth of the earth, and he can tell you exactly what that truth is, but you just like to talk because you agree in being censor moderator.
Don't kick it out, please.
Wait. And also, those 7 wars that he claimed he ended when he was speaking at the United Nations, that's been thoroughly debunked. Most of those weren't even wars. Wait a minute. I'll pull it up because I played it actually where Ian Pagel, the chief foreign correspondent for ABC, took them one by one and explained exactly what each one of them was and what the situation that surrounding them was. He did that one by one. Okay? And another thing, they literally created that FIFA award thing out the blue. That is not something.
No. Shut up. Play the tape of what
Let me finish. That award. Okay, I'll do that in 1 second. That's no problem. I'll pull that up
what
right now.
conflicts he didn't fix?
Here. Oh no, he wants me to pull that up. It's late night, and I'm gonna get it from you.
I want you to pull it up.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. I'm about to pull it up right now. I'll go on mute. Give me 2 seconds.
You gotta pull that shit up for you. Give him 2 seconds, doctor. Because I tell you that shit.
This is what I'm saying. Look, listen, Erica. But this is what I'm saying, Erica. Now, we got the rest of the world, right? Again, this man has been nominated for Nobel Peace Prize 3 times. Done with it will disqualify the FIFA award, even though there's 43 other world leaders that were there. Not just one. There were 43 other, including leaders from China and all that, right? They were there to see that shit. They'll discredit it. Oh, no, that just came up. Oh, it was those 7 wars he talk about. Oh, it wasn't all actually wars. Like, so he didn't do anything good. He played no part in bringing peace to nowhere at all, nowhere, ever, no time. The Abraham Accords were some of the biggest instruments in bringing peace in the Middle East. He didn't do that, I guess, huh? That's the phone too, huh?
That was Jared Kushner.
That was fucking bombing each other.
But Erica, this is what I'm saying. You're blaming him for what other people. That's like if Done With It and Dr. Responsible is arguing, right? And I say, Erica, I think I can get them to stop. And I go and I talk to them both, and they stop. I'm like, them motherfuckers stop. I talk to them, and then Done With It do something to Dr. Responsible. How you gonna look at me like, oh, see, you ain't do nothing? No, nigga, I tried. I'm not him. No, I can't control what that nigga do. I got them niggas to sit down. I got them niggas to talk. Them niggas said they was going to stop. When I turned around, them niggas kept doing it. You don't remember that nigga on TV? You're dealing with 2 countries that don't know what the fuck they're doing. You don't remember them saying that shit?
I got it queued up. Wait a minute, I got it queued up. But then you don't get to get the cookie because you ain't really
Stop interrupting.
Hold on. I got it queued up.
But the implication is that he lied about something. But if he's trying to do something that doesn't work, that's not the same connotation as him lying about something.
Listen, in this instance, right, I'm talking about this prize he won. You understand what I'm saying? Why they giving him a prize? But for what?
Right, and it's just a made up prize.
He's only been in office for 10 months. I mean, 10 months. What are he getting a prize for now?
Because they figure out if they kick us
Because
for
we're not doing nothing with these 7 wars that Dunwood is about to debunk.
I got it queued up. Hold up. I got it queued up. Dunwoody got it queued up. We don't make up lies here. Let's go right here. ABC 7. This is for Chief Correspondent Ian Panel, that foreign correspondent.
President Trump is touting his peace efforts around the world. In his address to the UN General Assembly, he took credit for stopping 7 global wars and conflicts. But in some cases, his role in the negotiations and how long the peace could last are unclear. Now the president says some are even advocating he should get a Nobel Peace Prize. Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Panel has the details.
Yeah, hi Diane, that's right. We've heard this claim repeated often by President Trump and by the White House that he has been involved in helping to resolve conflicts. At least 7 conflicts, or he said 6, and then they changed it to 7. So what are these conflicts that President Trump has talked about so repeatedly? Well, first of all, let's go through them in time order, if you like. India, Pakistan, back in April. The conflict there erupting after 26 civilians were killed in a terrorist attack that India blamed on Pakistani military. Trump has repeatedly taken credit for imposing a ceasefire on these 2 nations. The situation was highly volatile and highly dangerous. President Trump using trade and sanctions as both a carrot and a stick. Now, while Pakistan has credited President Trump's role, India's Prime Minister Modi has said that no one forced India to cease fire.
This is fucking bollocks. We don't take our news from the British Broadcasting Corporation. I'm done with this.
Can you stop talking while I'm playing this, my man?
I'm fucking done with this shit. I don't care about the BBC.
Hold on, before you go any further. This is what I'm talking about, Erica. Now, India said nobody's forcing India to do anything. The Pakistani president said no, President Trump was influential in helping us do it. Dunn is saying he ain't do nothing. That shit is debunked. What
Wait a
the
minute.
fuck?
Let
That
me
shit
finish.
crazy.
Hold up for a second. What I'm saying is that he took the claim of saying that he ended 7 wars. At the very least, it is dubious at best. Even if you don't want to use the word debunk, it is dubious. Hold up for a second, man. Hold up for a second. This is what I don't like about you Trump people.
I'm trying to agree with you.
When you guys get into a conversation with people,
You Trump people, we fucking Americans like you, brother.
can you shut up, man? Let's just continue with the video because the India said no one forced them to cease fire. Okay, Pakistani said what they said, so that situation is dubious at best, brother.
Listen, somebody coming to a peace agreement or coming to an agreement, let's say he didn't force us to, but he was influential in getting to the table and coming to peace, right? That's what we're talking about, fam. We're not saying he went in there and strong him, y'all niggas gonna stop shooting around. That's not what we're saying, dog. We're saying he was influential in getting those people to the table and helping bring peace to the region. And we agree that he did that. The Pakistani president said he did, right?
Well, the Pakistani president said he did. The Indian president said nobody forced them into a ceasefire.
Nobody's saying anybody's forcing anything, but they got to the table and they ceasefire, right?
Okay, well, he didn't get Trump or listen. The Indian, hold up for a second. I want to continue playing the video. So I want to continue playing the video. This is the objective.
On this end.
Hold on. I want to continue playing the video to get the video.
Do you see how fucking stupid this is?
Bro, it's not stupid. Let me finish playing the video. I just want to get this objective thing. Bro, it's not stupid, okay? Just call it something stupid because you don't like it. Doesn't make it stupid. I want to just continue playing the video. Just let me play this objective thing real quick. Okay, I want to say this objective thing based on what Ian Panel has said thus far. Okay, which is statements by the parties involved. Okay, what we can say objectively is that Pakistani, I will give you,
Man, I'm done with this. Get to the point. Land your plane, done.
I am not arguing that, but at no time in Ian Panel's referencing the governments did India make any statements crediting Donald Trump with anything. That is just objective knowledge. They didn't credit him with anything. But let's continue.
Man, it's called an opinion, not a fact, brother.
Prime Minister Modi had said that no one forced India to cease fire. June of this year, Israel and Iran, remember, the two nations exchanging artillery, missiles, in a conflict that was brief but very bloody. The war ended, but a state of hostility certainly remains. And again, there's been claims and counterclaims about what the US regime's eventually achieved and how far it set back Iran's nuclear program. But I think it's undeniable that the role of the United States in this conflict was a key factor in bringing an end to it, at least for now. How long remains to be seen. Rwanda, June of 2025, the US brokered a peace deal between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, who was aimed at ending this conflict that's been going on in East.
Did he say the Jewish conflict?
The President Felix Tshisekedi said that a U.S. this is very recently, the U.S. mediated peace deal signed with Rwanda has not calmed the fighting, though, in eastern Congo. The rebels are still there. There are breaches.
Hello? How long is this?
Tending to end the conflict. So,
yo, Ricky, this is your brother-in-law, your sister's brother. And my sister's upset because you on Clubhouse talking to these fucking...
upsurge in tensions, which again have been simmering for a long time in the border region. Cambodia and Thailand agreeing to an immediate and unconditional ceasefire following peace talks that were actually brokered by the Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. At least 30 were killed, thousands displaced. Donald Trump intervened to force a ceasefire again.
Hey, yo, maybe I'll try to spread it out throughout the year. 16 to Japan. Alright, let me see. What else? Alright.
Yeah, Candace did a good job pointing out. She's been on all of these shows. She's gone on all of the legacy media that you don't trust. That's where she is going with her message. Okay? That's where she's going. All of the establishment media. Why is that? Why are they allowing her to do that? Because
when you do blood donations, you're donating all the blood. But plasma is a whole procedure. Plasma, let me look it up. Plasma donation. Okay, plasma donation uses a machine called a plasma. Blood is drawn out, plasma is separated, and the remaining blood cells are returned. So the visit.
It's all bad for us all. It's all down here from here, gentlemen and ladies.
It's so crazy in this time that you guys have been talking, and I have been not listening at all. I was watching this YouTube video called The Price of Self-Respect. Yikes.
So the issue is the definition of thorough that JP has.
The definition of thorough? The word thorough?
Pardon, let me land. The definition of thorough that JP has is presenting a certain level. It's presenting a certain, let's say, criteria or bar, or it denotes a certain behavior connected to somebody's dedication to you or how they look at you, right? And under that understanding of that definition, there would be none of the things that the other gentleman is highlighting. That that women would not hold you down in certain situations. That's not thorough according to the definition. That's all I'm saying. And if you stand on, well, these people were thorough, but they didn't do these things, that's not consistent. It's not the same. We all have ears and brains that are connected, and we're going to have questions. And notice that that's not that's all.
Well, I'll take it one step further, JP. What your peers, your co-workers, your boss,
Can somebody else? I'm not talking to him, but he's talking to me. So can somebody else?
I said JP name, my nigga. Are you crazy?
Can somebody else go, please? Because this was me and JP, Paul, and I just want to hear somebody else's thoughts, please.
Since when you can dictate who talk, nigga?
Nigga, my name God. That's what my woman and my peers call me, according to your law, dickhead.
What y'all talking about? I can start talking.
Yeah, I don't know what they are.
Ask you a question. Let me ask you a real semi-serious question.
Who you talking to, Pete?
Caleb. Let me, because he said what we talking about. I'm gonna ask her a question. Hey, what's going on?
Okay.
Would you ever use what your man's peers think about him as a criteria or a measurement as to how you think about him, how much you like him, love him, or respect him?
No. No.
No, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. And if I can give the reason why though too. I mean,
okay, go ahead. You can do that.
No, I can answer the question first.
Okay. Let's say you date the man, you feel like he a businessman, right? And when you go out in public with him or around his peers, either who he do business with or around or associates or whatever, and you see everybody treating him like a jank, like, I don't trust him. You see everybody treating him like, I wouldn't trust him if I was you.
We'll look at that funny.
You are looking at that funny, right?
Yeah.
Now let's say nobody even tell you nothing about him, like that nigga just janky, but you could just feel the vibe of people. You see he want to do business with people and they avoid him. You see people giving him the that face, or you know what I'm saying, or people calling him lazy or anything. You don't.
Elected, he was being investigated for this shit, and then so 8 years goes by, nothing, and then fucking 4 years goes by with fucking Joe Biden, nothing. So the selective outrage is really fucking what bothered me, is that you guys don't really give a fuck about the kids. You give a fuck about Orange Man as bad, and that's why you look so terrible. The optics look horrible, and we're gonna find out. This is just like the fucking Russia dossier, the Russia scam. There's
a lot
nothing.
of people fell for it, though. I mean, but the right, Donald Trump, like, he's to blame as well, right? So both of them used Jeffrey Epstein so that they could platform, like, their position. And unfortunately for Trump, by using Jeffrey Epstein, by saying he's going to release the files, he cornered himself at that time. But I don't think that there's even that many kids or whatever. I think that's just a made-up story, bro.
Do you guys want to build on that in the room so we can change the title and see if we can get some traction on it?
I would like to go back.
So, here's the thing, man, and I pissed some Trump supporters off, dude. I generally am a Trump supporter. I was super mega, but, you know, I've been a little disappointed with some things. You know, the America First has kind of disappointed me. We're not really doing a whole lot of, you know, not completely. I was waiting for a miracle, but one thing is.
Do you mind changing the title to something creative with the subject?
You forced me.
I'm not recording.
Well, first of all,
and everything you fucking
what do you think America First means?
I don't know how to record. Well, you got to worry about America. But here's the thing, man, is I've told a few people this, that I think that the Epstein thing hurt him badly. He should have released the files. You know, he should have just got on top of it. And I've had people push back, oh, that's not that big a deal. Maybe it isn't, because generally, I think the economy and the border is the biggest deal. But a lot of people, though, are bothered by the sexual thing. A lot of people are. You know, I mean.
I can't fucking do it. That's my bad. Look at the title, dude.
I love Trump.
I shouldn't have left Boris in charge of fucking. Look at that guy, Green Bean, anyways. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people, America First.
Look at the gun. Look at the gun behind.
Yeah, the water pistol.
Look at the.
Like, a lot of people think that America First means America only.
Tina, do something about that.
What?
Let's switch it up. Let's go open mic. And
Don't. Trust me.
Wait. What's your conception of America First? Is it not America only?
First of all, America First to me, as someone who's right wing and MAGA, America First to me, for one thing, is bringing back manufacturing, at least lower something in the near term, lowering grocery prices. We want our fucking beef prices to go down. Beef prices are out of control. My grandparents own 2 grocery stores, and I know the beef price. Obviously, we all do. We shop. I mean, I've been buying a lot of pork and a lot of chicken lately because beef prices are out of fucking control. We want that fixed, one thing.
But didn't he say he was gonna fix that by outsourcing it?
I don't know, but one thing, there's a problem there. We don't need to outsource, and that's my other issue with that. We have lots of...
You do agree that with that concept of just like, we're going to have better access to food, that tariffs need to be a factor in your category or understanding of America First.
I know, dude. Listen, I think tariffs are a good thing.
Maybe we're not agreeing what that actually means.
Let's welcome Omar to the stage. What up, Omar? If you got any kind of, you want to speak on the subject, feel free. We're kind of going to.
I'm actually a bounty hunter. I'm looking for Stu.
Let's build on this.
Shut the fuck up.
Where the fuck is Stu?
Omar, you can say anything but we love, bro. We're never saying.
Hey, where's Stu been, bro?
Y'all still ain't been in here in months, bro.
For real,
He's been hanging out.
Alright, so
He's in his secret.
Alright, back to the subject.
I got a great relationship with Stu, by the way. There's no hate. I'm just looking for him, that's all.
Alright. Yeah, he ain't been on here in a while.
Alright, so America First means what, man?
To me, I want to get the grocery prices down. I definitely want the...
We know that, but I don't think he agreed with what you think America First is. Or did you even answer the question?
Me?
You said what you want to happen, but what do you think America First means?
Well, worrying about American issues, stop, stop getting ourselves involved in foreign wars like Ukraine or Israel wars, with Palestine, or wars in fucking Venezuela, or wars in Africa. We don't want to be involved. America has got more debt than we know what to do with. Obviously, our debt, the interest in our debt alone is higher than our military spending. That's a huge concern.
Right. And there was one person in here who had said that America First isn't America only. So
that's what I said.
That individual needs to dictate or share themselves as what America First is.
Yes, America First means that we're the first in line when it comes to policies, foreign and domestic, that our motives or our priorities are always first in line. It doesn't mean that we're the only one in line. So if you have to be able to create this foreign policy that factors in a net positive, like securing South America or Central America before the Russian or China or any other foreign countries' interests are served, it's good for us to be able to monopolize certain markets. Tariffs, offset deficits. We have leverage. We have to use it now. And that's the reason why it's America First. Though you might not understand why these moves are happening, the ends justify the means. So when I say America First, not America Only, means we're first in line.
You think that fucking around with Venezuela is actually a good thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't.
Wait, hold on.
Of course you wouldn't.
Well, here's the thing, because actually I have hindsight. Hold on here, Nicholas. Hold on. Let me finish here. Let me just say, we have hindsight to know that just invading a country and spending a bunch of fucking money there does not really benefit us. Like, let's give an example. We spent how many years in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they lied to us, said that it was because the buildings got knocked down. Samal, you got your chance to talk. You got to let me finish.
It's apples and oranges, though.
No, it's not. It's the same. This is really the same. It's definitely comparable. Because we are spending money on forever wars that do not fucking benefit us. And that's why America is not living America anymore. We are fucking, our groceries, our housing, our cars are fucking out of fucking control expensive. Our money is devaluing. We got we got obviously huge amounts of debt. Americans are struggling. We do not need to spend money on forever wars. Venezuela is a forever war with no clear-cut fucking,
pretty clear cut, right? So
what is it? Do they have a bunch of fucking oil? Because here's the thing. I don't give a fuck how many boats those guys. I don't care how many boats those guys send over to Jamaica or the Caribbean, because that's where it's going. It's not enough to justify fucking. It's not enough to justify. Do you think overthrowing a regime like Saddam Hussein was a good thing?
Do you think choking off the outlets of their oil exportation is a good thing?
I think that we should not be fucking with those guys, because that is a drop in the bucket. Because it's a drop in the fucking bucket.
Who are they supplying with oil?
Who? Maybe Russia? China?
No, Russia's a major. Alright, so like let's say Iran, let's say like Cuba, let's say like the adversarial countries that have other countries
countries that literally don't fucking matter because they are tiny with a GDP. They don't fucking matter. That's what I'm telling you. These forever wars are bullshit. Hold on, let me ask you this.
The United States ordered a perfect. So do you think? You said hindsight, so let's just go a little futuristic here. Do you think BRICS is staying the course right now in the next 6 years? Do you think that they would be able to devalue the U.S. currency or people start going off the grid?
So I think that we are doing that ourselves. Just like Britain did, you know what I mean? We just are
the hindrance. Like we're the universal currency. So off the grid means no longer using U.S. currency to purchase resources.
Yeah, we're the primary currency of the world. Yeah, the fucking.
If people stop using it, our currency's no longer valuable, right?
Well, if just like the British in fucking the 1890s, you know, where the British pound it was a primary currency of the world. It started devaluing, you know, before World War II. World War II come along, and when they became the secondary currency, obviously they lost, you know, their pound, the British pound, lost a lot of its value. I mean, 31% in some cases. That could happen here, yeah, but so that's not just because of BRICS, though, man. I mean, that's because we have been devaluing our currency on our own. We don't pay our fucking debts back. And our fucking money is not backed by anything but the faith of the U.S. government. It's not backed by anything tangible.
All right, wait, hold on. So the faith,
it's not backed by gold or anything like that. It's not backed by precious metal.
Yeah, gold is a constraint. Well, it's a constraint. That's the reason why we have a global economy with these types of commodities to be sold around. But let's just use the term faith. The more people that stop using our currency would be a direct indicator that faith is decreasing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then that means our currency will start decreasing as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So then, if you place sanctions on countries like we've placed on Russia oil, we've placed on Iran, we've placed on all these countries or whatever, right? If you place sanctions and they're circumventing your sanctions because people are black marketing Venezuela oil, then you can shore that up by forcing them to use your currency to pay.
That's not going to work. That's not going to work because here's the thing: is America is not just the main player in the world anymore. Napoleon tried that with Britain, and fucking look what happened. He tried to implement a European blockade on goods and services on Britain. They were just like America and China, you know what I mean? If you're trying to force these people out, it's not going to work. People are still going to fucking do business with Russia and China no matter what you do. You got to stop it. You got to stop over-talking me. So Napoleon, when he fucking tried to force Russia, when he wanted all these countries to say no more trade with Britain, and Russia started losing so much money because they no longer did business with fucking Britain. They just started doing it in the background. And Napoleon tried to enforce that by going into Russia in the fucking 1790s, and he fucking lost his ass. Dude, lost millions of men. Like, here's the thing: is you're not gonna stop the world from doing business with China through bully fucking tactics. All right.
Yeah, so,
Listen,
so the
China
problem is
and
that
Russia, China and
like,
Russia,
you're not making a right comparison.
or these little countries that you're talking about, like fucking Iran, are still gonna get their fucking shit no matter what, bro. That's not a justification to fuck us Americans. We have to foot the bill for these forever wars.
He's trying to
Meanwhile,
fund
we ain't got
thousands of
fucking
homeless
healthcare,
people.
our
His
fucking
security guys
housing
looking
is
for solo up there.
unaffordable,
The danger
our
is on the
fucking
insider
groceries are
trade.
unaffordable, and
To
it's
put
never
undercover
fucking ending.
CBD and
We gotta
arrest and
foot these
remove this
never-ending
dangerous
fucking
homeless
bills, bro.
residents. It's called
We
a brain. They
spent
use
how
it to
many
keep
years
us
in Iraq and
intelligently.
Afghanistan for what? They said that those buildings got knocked down by Osama bin Laden, but in hindsight, we know that's not fucking true. Hold on, let me finish.
You got a van, bro. You got a van.
Scattered, bro. Yeah.
No, let me finish.
And it's repetitive.
Bro,
But go ahead.
But it's the truth, though. We have fucking examples here, man, where America does this for no clear-cut reason. And all you want, Samoa, if we go and invade Venezuela or start spending money on fucking, all we're gonna do, when we destroy or overthrow a fucking regime like Saddam Hussein, it doesn't result in the place being more peaceful. It results in the police being more fucked up. So that's all you want, man. We're spending more money on forever wars, and I'm tired of it. I want America first, goddammit. Worry about us first. Worry about people like Tina and Americans fucking who are really struggling. You know, worry about the grocery prices of the shit here. Worry about that fucking border that's only 40% fucking complete. I want to say,
Let's land that plane now.
All right?
Yeah.
Cool. Go ahead, Samoa. On mic.
What's up with Nicholas? You got something to say? Did he leave?
See Nick. Yeah, I didn't see Nick.
Oh, yeah, he left. Yeah, I just wish people could start isolating and compartmentalize things, like where they're necessary, right? So, you could do multiple things at one time.
You can chew bubble gum and walk at the same time? That's fucking a miracle.
Say that again, bro?
I was making fun of what you were stating, which is fucking obvious. What's your point?
America.
Yeah, I'm saying the federal apparatus has different interests. They're more long-term interests than like our local, right? So you kind of see it like a target. So when you got like the state of Montana is what you said. You guys have your own little economy there, agriculture, whatever this is. People were told at the very beginning of this that he's going to flip the status quo upside down. And then the analogy he uses is when people go into surgery and then they're in recovery, it's going to hurt for a little while, but it's going to get a hell of a lot better because you're going to have actual deals that are solidified, that are long lasting. Okay. So yeah, like is strategical for us to cut the legs off of second tier like countries? Absolutely. Because what you don't want to do is allow what America is doing to Ukraine, to Russia, for Russia to do to America with Venezuela or China. Because once they start, and this is like a common thing, whenever we get into a conflict, Russia and the other countries finance that side because it's a prop up. It's kind of like a proxy war. And then when you look at Afghanistan, we did the exact same thing with the mullahs against Russia, where we were funding the Taliban, right? So a lot of people don't understand exactly what this is.
But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so
I'm aware of all that.
All right, so then when you're looking at let's say drugs, or like what's the best way to like disrupt like Russia or China strategically for us?
Drugs.
Say it again?
You don't really think it's about drugs, do you?
Yeah, I think that people, I don't think that it was accidental that America's morbid obesity rate and addiction rate is the highest in the world. And I don't think it's self-inflicted.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about...
Bro, you just mentioned drugs.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you don't think that that's actually a justification to be, basically seizing fucking ships and maybe invading Venezuela. You don't really... Some fucking drugs that are showing up in fucking... that's what they're...
You got no spine, Mountain. Life is worth a war every couple of years, don't you think, Mountain? We're already $39 trillion in debt. Fuck it.
Why not more wars, right, AI? Why not more fucking wars that aren't really clear cut, but they say it's all about fucking. It's about some drugs and a guy in a 60-foot.
Fuck it. It's because there's an alien invasion going on in Venezuela. We got to go in there and stop the aliens, just like your PTR. Let's just make it up. It doesn't really matter.
What about Zelensky's chief of staff who just fucking got arrested, his house busted him because he got caught fucking being involved in a $100 million money laundering scam. Oh, yeah, all this is, literally, if you look at the military corporations in Iraq and Afghanistan, like, dude, these companies made nearly $1 trillion between those two wars. Those are the people that benefit, the politicians and the fucking military corporations and the fucking war profiteers.
You know, you run your mouth an awful lot. I'm just wondering when you're going to run for Congress and what your website is and what your X handle is and what your Instagram handle is and when you're going to run for Congress as opposed to coming on Clown House and running every night of the week. When are you going to run for Congress?
Mute up, bro.
When are you going to run for Congress? Are you playing video games right now?
Yeah, I am talking to you guys. But here's the thing, though, bro. Here's the thing, really, though. Okay? I mean, honestly, Samoa's just waving the American fucking propaganda flag so we can piss more fucking money away on another war that isn't fucking clear cut. But I thought a man like him, who I thought was intelligent, would understand what the fuck America is doing at this point. These are money fucking wars. That's all they are, bro. Is it a coincidence that Venezuela has some of the highest oil reserves in the world? No, it's not. That's really what the fuck it's about. It's about regime change. And we know Gaddafi in fucking Syria, Gaddafi in Libya, Bashir al-Assad in Syria, Saddam Hussein in Iraq, and I can keep on going on. Where when we fucking take these regimes out, it does not result in peace and prosperity. It results in fucking bullshit, wars and fucking instability. And that's what's happening in the Middle East. And I'm sorry, but I have to point this out. Is it a coincidence that these countries like Syria, Libya, and Iraq are around Israel? No, it's not. I think we do a lot of our fighting for Israel. And I'm frank.
You mean to tell me we're fighting for the Jews, not for America?
I have a right. I think Israel has a right to exist, and I am a Christian. But I am tired of these forever wars that they fucking say it's because the building got fucking knocked down in 2001. When we fucking saw last week those buildings in Hong Kong built for 4 motherfucking days and did not collapse. Not one of them. But they want us to believe that Tower 7, maybe Twin Towers, but Tower 7, because of a little bit of fire, collapsed. And that was a justification to invade 2 fucking countries and spend trillions of dollars. And now you're wondering why your groceries and shit are so expensive. Because those forever wars, folks, are fucking us in the ass. So Samoa, keep on waving that flag, and you're gonna fuck us in the ass. Because with people like you is why we're allowed to fucking go in places like Venezuela. Fuck.
Speaking all facts. He's speaking all facts.
These ain't fucking facts. Those are his fucking opinions, because there ain't no such fucking thing as opinions. There ain't no such fucking thing as facts. There's this thing called politic. And what he's doing is politicking and picking his nose playing fucking video games, picking his fucking asshole, and never takes a shower because he's out here running his fucking mouth all day. When was the last time you went to the gym, fat boy?
Listen to this guy, bro. Listen to this guy, for real. Hey, go run your campaign, John. I'm sure it's doing very well.
Yeah, I'm sure your Clubhouse career is going great. You're a Clubhouse hero, real world zero, you fucking schmuck.
You're not making enough money, John. Your internet sucks.
You're on unemployment, and you install sprinkler systems, and you come on here and lecture on geopolitics. You should fucking run for Congress. You got it all figured out, don't you?
Better than eating fucking ribs and sitting up my balls like you, John.
Playing fucking video games, picking your booty hole, picking your toes in Poughkeepsie. Oh, I'm sick of fighting wars for the Jews in Israel. Fat ass, you install fucking sprinkler systems in Wyoming.
Oh, it's Montana, thank you. It's Montana.
Fat ass.
I know. Hey, no, but listen. Listen, you have to vote for him, Samoa. He's running for Congress.
No.
Hey, I'm going to join Ballard's campaign. Mountain, let me know where to sign up.
I'm not running for anything, man. I appreciate it. It's just a truth, though. I'm tired of these forever wars that we're getting fucked for, and we can Samoa.
You gotta stop like toting the line. You gotta just understand like how the bread is made. People voted for Trump because they believe that he was the guy that's doing what you're talking about. Sometimes you have to fight where you have to keep your position. So it's one thing going from the bottom of the mountain, no pun intended, but once you get to the top, your strategy totally differs, right? Because it's now how do you keep your spot? It's not how you get your spot.
King of the mountain.
So now you have to make sure that the environment is cohesive and it stays that way. So there's a couple fires over there, you got to dole them out. A couple fires over there. But the one thing that any American, regardless if you're a liberal or conservative, whatever it is, what you don't want to do is lose the status that we have right now. That's what you don't want to do.
No, I
agree. Do you agree that we're starting fires, though?
Of course.
Justify our actions?
Well, I don't know what justify. So, you ever heard of a burnout? Like, there's a fire, so then you build trenches around the fire, and then you burn the fire out that way? Of course.
He's not saying that, Samoa. We're talking about, like, okay.
No, he's talking about us starting fires, yeah.
Well, yeah, so, like, have you heard, obviously, you know about the Spanish-American War, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what was our justification to fight Spain?
We're here now.
No. What was the justification to fight Spain in the Spanish-American War of 1898?
Oh, I don't know. What was it?
Okay, let me refresh you. So what it was it was an explosion in a ship called the USS Maine in a Cuban harbor, and we blamed it on Cuba. We blamed it on Spain because it killed about 113 men, and there was a bunch of people. This propaganda was going around America. People were. This is real. Look this up. The slogan that was going on weirdly just like 9/11, but it was remember the USS Maine. Okay. So then we fight Spain, knock the fuck out of them. We annex Puerto Rico, we annex the Philippines, and then we get Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. Well, then independent researchers go in there, and they find that it was not an explosion by Spain, but it was a coal bunker fire. But Americans knew that. The American military knew that, but it was a justification to fight Cuba, okay? And what's fucked up is that it probably wasn't a coal fire. It was likely a bomb planted by America
but does it matter about them?
So anyway, yeah, it does because, dude, wait a minute. We did that in 1898 Spanish-American War. Fast forward to World War I. Have you ever heard about the USS Lusitania?
No.
The USS Lusitania was a ship that was sunk by the German military, but it was carrying a bunch of munitions, 100 tons of munitions that was destined for Britain. And Germany warned through pamphlets and through the news that if the British or if America is sending weaponry, because that was American munitions, if they're sending it even through civilian boats, that they're fair game. But we knew that, and we had Americans on these ships, bro. And because 13 Americans got killed when Germany torpedoed that ship, the U.S. Lusitania, that was justification to invade, to get involved in World War I. World War II, we had 6 days advance. Wait a minute.
We've already said the ends justify the means.
Let me finish. World War II, World War II, we had 6 days advance notice that the Japanese Navy had left their harbor, and then we had 52 minutes advance notice on radar that the Japanese planes were coming in. We left our ships out there to be attacked to justify invading. To join the war, because FDR at the time, he ran on not invading the war. He ran on neutrality. But we needed to be attacked to justify basically being involved in World War II. Yeah. We come along to Vietnam. Have you ever heard about the Gulf of Tonkin incident?
Yes.
The Gulf Alpha Tonka incident was a bullshit lie. Hold on. These are justifications. These are justifications to get involved in fucking wars. I want you to understand what America is doing. Stop this. Stop it. I want you to understand. Let me finish.
Wasting our time, bro.
The Alpha Tonka comes along. We lie and say we were attacked by a Vietnamese ship. That justified as us getting involved in Vietnam. Okay.
Did I just hear Samoa say somebody's wasting our time on fucking Clown House? That's rich coming from you, Samoa. That's fucking projection right there.
The end justify the means?
Project
Northwood say that.
So basically all it is, man, is we have to have justification to get involved in these wars, and a lot of them are bullshit. Project Northwoods was actually a false flag attack proposed of JFK in 1963 to attack to blame it on Cuba. They were going to hijack American civilian planes, and they were going to attack the U.S. Capitol. It's strikingly similar to 9/11. The only reason why we didn't do it is because fucking JFK turned it down. That was declassified in 1997. Fast forward to 2001, and those fucking attacks are strikingly similar to Project Northwoods, and it was justification to invade two motherfucking countries, and those buildings we know were not fucking knocked down by no planes, especially Building 7.
We agree with you, bro. Who cares?
You gotta land that plane, my boy. You gotta land that plane. I'm sorry. I want you to understand what America is doing, bro. These are bullshit.
Flying spirit, bro.
So all it is, though, is that America, again, is bullshitting you.
You're about to lose people's attention, bro. You gotta land that fucking plane.
One more thing.
I'm your main supporter, you gotta land.
Alright, one more thing. You're gonna tell me that these fucking boats that are carrying a few fucking drugs are justification to invade fucking Venezuela? It's a lie.
And we're number one, right? So the ends justify the means, right? So when we say the ends justify the means, it means sometimes you gotta do some fucked up shit to be number one. Do you want to be number 2, Mountain? How about number 3, Mountain? Have you ever lived a life? Hold on. Have you ever lived the life of not being number 1, Mountain? Have you?
Making a fucking argument here because America is being hated by everyone for our action.
And we're still number 1.
Okay, how? But we got
the
most
how?
death.
Fuck, bro.
Our gas chambers okay? I mean,
hold on. Okay. If we're number 1, would you like to feel how living like number 2 feels?
How long is this sustainable?
As long as we keep finding our justifications, right?
I mean, it's been sustainable for the last, 200 some years? And that's not that long in the whole fucking specs of things.
We just sat here and listened to Mountain. As long as we keep finding these justifications, we'll always be number 1, right, Mountain?
No, we won't, because Americans...
Oh, my gosh.
What it is, bro, is the ass is going to finally fall out of the bottom of this, dude.
Yeah, it's true.
Don't you understand?
All right.
People are opening their eyes.
We spend more money on our military. We just passed a $900 billion bill just now. We spend more money on our military so that we have eyes and feet on the ground around the world. In order for you to move something that has that large of an imprint globally, it's going to take a lot of time. The first thing that you would want to do is do what Zeus did. Whenever there was a child or adolescent that even had the appearance of being able to move them, he ate them. Right? Name a country right now that's supposed that we don't have happening right now that can overthrow America.
Well, the other countries are now keeping together and realizing what's happening. So all this they call it BRICS. I mean, I'm not, about the conversation.
Oh, let's go jump in, bro. Like, this is
You know what? It's a conversation, brother. We like to have other opinions instead of having a conversation.
It doesn't have to be contentious, bro.
Russia, China, I got to Google it. I'm not, but
to come out of the thing, I think
We're going to see right now. He's changing his mind. As you know, Tommy is the boss, not me. He wants to come out and think, and he wants to go into his little tank because he loves to cruise around the house. Not sustainable. But he's You're going to have rising interest rate payments, high borrowing costs for everyone, and slow economic growth, dude. Eventually, bro, it's going to slow our fucking economic growth. You're going to have fucking.
And Susie, look at her. She's on the tank. She loves to say hi.
China.
To the big guy.
We don't have earthquakes, we don't have hurricanes, we don't have alligators. We don't have earthquakes, we don't have hurricanes, we don't have alligators. We don't have earthquakes, we don't.
We do, brother. We do, American people. That's what I'm saying.
Do you think that
That's all I'm going to do. That's all I'm going to say. Can you explain that? Don't just say no. You know,
yeah. Alright, so what happens is they create within their best interest, when they purchase massive amounts of bonds that mature for years, America stays exactly where it is. So the more that we get them to buy these bonds, the more they're investing in the country. So when they say $7 trillion, $8 trillion, $9 trillion of investment, that's a good thing. If they're talking about other countries getting massive investment, that's a bad thing. So for me, I just kind of keep it simple that way. You can leverage debt because not all of debt is it deserves to be paid. It doesn't all hit you. Like there's like different levels where you can leverage and then pivot, and then you can offset leverage or you can offset debt. You know, by just blanket it to something else. You can put that into my crypto. Like look at what we're doing with have you ever heard of swapping currency? Like deflated economies, if we're able to give them the exact same amount of their purchases, we make money off of them being able to sustain their economy. So,
right,
like
that's the U.S. dollar no longer being the main currency around the world, like how we have been using to control. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I was just explaining to Mountain. So, you ever play the game Risk? I feel like all of us are in our own little box, right? Let's say that here at games we're all our own individual countries. The name of the game is to get the most of the world to use your currency. So when you see these guys inking these deals and they're moving around, you clearly see that the U.S. dollar is in circulation. And that's what a lot of people are talking about as far as BRICS. BRICS is probably, let's say, if we were to stay on course, BRICS is about 20 years away from even being like something to be worried about. But there's going to be a lot of landmines that BRICS is going to be getting hit with.
Okay, Ranch on that. Where's it? Terry. Good luck today, man. Watch yourself. See you later.
I think that's kind of like a red herring.
Terry's Ranch on that. Where's it? Terry. Good luck today, man. Watch yourself. See you later.
Superior.
What's so funny about it? They were tasked with paying such incredible fucking reparations because they were paying World War I, but they could no longer pay their debts. And so that really is what triggered World War II. They wanted a whole new, basically a financial reset, and that's really what happened. The bankers fucking made out really well through that, and that's what's going to happen with America. You know, because this whole thing is not sustainable. You know, you talked about you want America to become the to remain the number one currency. Well, if you want to value your currency, don't pay your fucking debt and just keep on fucking printing money. And, you know, we just have leeway because America's so deeply entrenched in the financial system. But really, if you look at it, they estimate we have 10 to 20 years until the ass falls out the bottom. And if you don't take on debt, by the time that comes, we are definitely fucked in the ass. I'm telling you, that's what happens. That's why you got people like Greg Stewart, because you want to only people around like what you think is going to work. You got one country trying to pull everybody around to have their foreign policy, and eventually that doesn't work. Like that actually did not work for Napoleon, and he was the number one fucking world power. And when you try to force everybody your way, if it's not popular, people are going to push against us, and that's really the result of the BRICS.
Different technology, different.
You have to look at history. You got to be a student of history, dude. This is not that fucking long ago. Hold on, 1800, dude. 1812 is not that long ago.
Like, for
It
example,
is, bro, because we're talking about world powers and world currencies. Okay? You got it might be different, but it's very comparable. The financial system remains, the economy remains, all that shit.
We have to lose.
We are doing the same
so my
fucking thing.
skin
Trust me,
sags.
we are not
So does
equal.
his.
We are not, you know, fucking. We are not.
What the heck do we have to lose? You know,
altering just like that, dude. I mean, we are.
I think the problem is that you gotta kind of look at how these killing people.
You still feel like you're
Yes.
You think it would have made you?
Yes. With the amount of overlap within their tradition.
And you don't blame me if I say I hope you never attended this place.
I hope I never do it into a hot
You ever feel violence?
Yes, I do.
What do you feel like
America?
Killing people.
You still feel like you're in control?
Yes.
Do you think it would have made
If
you?
we have a Democrat in office. Yeah, I'm not, you think I'm joking, but if you look at it, a lot of times it's Democrats in office that, hey man, so Xi Jinping definitely have to wait for a Democrat, a weak Democrat to be in office to invade Taiwan. And trust me, even the Pentagon estimates that by 2030, fucking China will invade Taiwan. Look at the fucking ships that they're building to invade Taiwan. They have special landing craft ships just built to invade Taiwan. Trust me.
How was it for you at that point in time? Chicago was broken down into neighborhoods. You had neighborhoods, and then we had corners. So what we did, you have a certain neighborhood, and then you pick a certain corner, and you
I don't understand the argument here because I was arguing back in
my case, it was TR and FC. That was Tui and Ridge, Farwell and Clark. And there was another one, Paulina and Cornelia, Drake and Wolfram.
They got a fucking
and each one of these corners
billions of people.
Like I was the president of my branch.
Or a billion, 5 billion people, and a lot of these people are not being paid a decent wage. It's a big slave labor, and a lot of it's communist fucking economy, bro. Why the fuck do you think that they made it? Why did the Soviet Union become the world fucking power around after World War II?
I'm just pointing out the dependency. So, when you talk about Napoleon and Russia, you would have to be comparing categories.
I'm fat and you're hungry, but I can die.
You did that. Right, so China and the United States of America. If China's doing wars and they're designated,
what is it that you get paid currently?
It was Britain and Senator, that's British officials, proxy documents in each of the years that I've been in politics.
Yeah, but what is it?
Napoleon went into Russia.
That's a big number, sir. Yes.
Well, let me help you out. It's 32.8 million this year, does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
It's a 45% increase over last year. Does that sound right?
Both superpowers.
Yes, it does.
You've got 32,000 machinists. So American workers who work for you, like another day.
You know, they had trade,
Not like American.
The colored people looking
well,
sad.
probably not.
And that's why
I feel
terrible.
they were
because it's hard for you to be able to decouple
than they are now. They had less in the way of material things.
from Canada because our dependency.
But I can remember back in the 20s, and I was a small boy, they were always singing at their work. They had a great sense of humor. Now today, they just don't care much about that as they used to. And I think they're
ways that are disrupting our economy. It's not going to happen.
I know one time when I was standing in there, standing in the corner, and not doing nothing wrong, just standing there, and the policeman came, and then they stopped me, and they were searching me, and then you find no choice. I mean, they got mad because they didn't have nothing on me, so they're actually making me in their car, and they handcuffed me, and they took me to my rivals, see, I was on the gas, so they took me to the other man Keith, and they talk loud, they said, this guy's full, he made everything. You can keep him. So I'm back there handcuffed, and then the policeman are playing with the lock, making the lock go up and down, and then the keys are outside trying to open the door, and I'm thinking, like, man, there's a lot of keys out there, and then they get the door open, and then the keys, they start hitting me.
Let's think about that.
Hitting me, then
right now, I bet you China
said, all right, we don't know now, and they take me down the street, and they were like, push the block away, and then they let me out the car, and they told the guys,
China is dependent
if you get him, he's yours, and they took the car running, and said, get him, and said the guys, get him,
but they have to
when I'm running, and they're out there, but they don't catch me, because I ran,
that's what I'm saying, man.
I got
China is in a much better position,
this is the police officer,
in a lot of ways they are, if you look at it, because
So like, let's
they,
say that
like,
you spent $1
they
trillion.
go around saying, fish love, saying that they like they ride in the gang, they pretend like they're gang bangers, like this one guy, his name is Congressman Gajo, he's Mr. Lucifer, and he's like the leader of the cops or something, he comes out of the car and he, what's up, fish love, what you guys ride, since we're gangsters, they say, what they do about our nation, So I say, gangster killer to us, fish love, and they start, beating us up, man. They want us to rifle them, Sometimes they bring other rifles to our neighborhood. They bring the Latin kids to our neighborhood so they can watch us fight, They be watching us and they laugh, they just keep going, they don't care, If they don't find drugs, they even plant drugs on you, Just to mess with you, they put drugs on you so they can take you to jail. And they just beat up on you if they don't like you. They do stuff like that all the time. They put guns on you, they try to take guns away from you. They can put on someone else. They do all kinds of stuff, man. Like what you say. That's why you can find
In this type of trust, remember, we're talking about us just decoupling. I'm saying that it's not probable because of the fact that we're so deeply one another.
they go into the neighborhood and they're like,
Just hypothetical. If we were to, you're saying
remember one time when I was standing in the neighborhood,
I don't necessarily think they would do better, but I'm just talking about, like, to be in a position if we just decoupled right away, like tomorrow.
Yeah, not doing nothing wrong, just standing there.
Yeah, for sure.
But it would hurt them in the short term a lot more.
And it would hurt us too, obviously. But I think that I honestly think we should.
Came, and then they stopped me, they were searching me, and they didn't find no drugs on me.
It's a warning that America's not making the whole thing.
Very street loyalty to the Don is strong.
America is not the American.
And they got him Eddie Course. He was the best guy around.
What about the Kitover murder?
What murder?
I understand the talking points about the campaign and certain things, but these things are
bad for the guy.
Oh, I know. He's a good guy. Shouldn't have happened.
in one term.
Oh, Julia Roberts, you live next to me at the beach. You know that. Hey, thanks for all the visits. I'm living about 2 blocks from it. One of them shows up. Come by and say hello.
Closer than 2
You
blocks.
have no lines, Julia. Just nod. Oh, Julia Roberts, you look...
Sarah
I'm just saying, man,
congratulations.
Well, you're not exhibiting the good faith to get this
Very
And that wasn't just his fault. We had a lot of fucking people out there. We had the media, everybody fucking know now that the kitchen sink guy. I think they bullshit. But frankly, buddy, he chose a very horrible cabinet. He had fucking a lot of horrible friends down there. That maybe was too experienced, but, you know, it didn't look good. Well, listen to it. Okay, but it doesn't matter, because that's his first term, and 4 years goes by, and not a lot gets fucking done. We fast forward to finally we get a second fucking term, and, you know, we only got 4 years, and now we got nothing going. I expect fucking results in American history. I'm telling you, if you think on World War I is starting to get a little itchy here, bro, then you're wrong, bro. You're gonna start seeing it.
I'll walk away, and I'll come back. And you got 1, 2, 3, and I'll do it along with this. And that back of that fence, just the 3 of us, 4 of us, me and you.
One thing you can do for
Show
sure
you what kind of a man you are. You're less than a man.
Get involved with,
okay, you're a crumb creep.
Why not?
And I wouldn't take that off of nobody. There's 3 of you and I'm by myself.
That's money.
And when it's over, there'll be nothing to it. Win or lose, okay? But you don't have the courage. You're a real crumb bum. Put that on camera. You're a crumb bum, the 3 of you. And I challenge you. You're a coward. You're a yellow sneak. And if you want, now I say, let's forget all the rules of this great country we live in. I will go back to that war with the
United States is owned by foreign corporations. Nixon had to have them for foreign trade. And when Nixon opened up for foreign trade, the people of Europe and the common market in Spain and different places, they don't care about the United States.
You know, you're not understanding how we became number 1. We became number 1 because most of the world powers got fucking destroyed in World War II.
Really don't care for anything but money.
The Burlington Agreement. We became number 1. We became number 1 through God, bro. But that shit obviously is, we are just really miraculous. But really, if you look, a lot of these countries were destroyed. Germany, Russia, Britain, fucking France, absolutely fucking destroyed. They made power. So, yeah, it makes sense, dude, that fucking America is going to be coming out number 1. You notice how slowly that's getting shipped away. And if you think that these bullshit fucking wars that we are footing the bill for is going to keep us number 1, you're fucking gaslighting yourself. And I hate that fucking word. But you're lying to yourself.
Average, honest, is as good as a mule that just goes back and forth to work. They don't care.
It doesn't fucking matter because Britain doesn't have the military anymore. Britain can only contribute about 130,000 troops to NATO. That's all, buddy. They are nothing. So who the fuck cares about it?
So I pretty much identify with them because I was a throwaway also.
Our money on
so it goes to the point of,
right?
I think that we have to give, being allies, we have to be reciprocal. So what this means is we need to have other countries like France and Britain and Australia start to pay their fair share and take it seriously. Now, finally, Germany, with line medal and shit being their number 1 military corporation, they're dead set on becoming the number 1 fucking military power in Europe. But I think they should be doing that. They're finally taking that threat seriously. You know, that's all I wanted. I wanted America and its allies. I wanted its allies to take this shit seriously. We can't. So let's look at this, bro. If you look at NATO, America is the number 1 contributor for NATO in money and power. Okay, so America contributes to NATO 1.3 million soldiers. Do you know what country contributes the second most?
So most cops think it's just fast food or nothing.
One good July night in 1964, the Lords began to turn conservative. Bobby Gore remembers that leaders from each of the 26 groups were together in one of their usual hangouts. As Bobby Gore tells us, we were hanging around, shooting pool and sipping wine. Then one of the younger fellows said he wanted to take about 50 others on a call. We asked him why, and whom he wanted to fall on. Had anyone misused him? His reply was that the old lords had made a name, and they wanted to keep it alive. We sat up all night, Bobby Gore said. We told them how we saw people begging not to be hit anymore with a baseball bat or chain, how guys got cut up, how how the people and the police would hate their guts and how they might be the ones that got killed. Finally, Bobby recalls, one of the younger fellows said, well, we got to do something. We can't get jobs. We're too old to go back to school. We're too big to play games. What else is there to do? That started the older leaders thinking. They decided to try to change the conditions that make a man get a gun and hold up a store. That make him drink Sprite.
That's a lot of fucking ways.
Into my home. Wait, hold on. So that's probably the distance between California and New York.
Dude, that's still a long fucking ways. That's open over the ocean.
Wait, hold on. So once they take that down, and then you start seeing like how Russia, how China, and then start to get influence there, and then they take over Argentina because they already have Brazil.
Dude, it's almost 3 miles. Don't bullshit yourself.
Like, bro, that's bullshit.
I mean, come on, man. Hold on. The total straight line flight distance from Venezuela to the United States is 2,830 miles.
Yeah, it's 2,000.
No, bro, that's a long fucking ways. That's not even that. You can't compare Cuba. That's 90 miles away.
California from New York.
Hold on. Samoa, let's be real here. You compared Cuba, that's 90 miles away, to fucking Venezuela, 3,000 miles away.
Hold on. So you have to be able to look at where, and I'm going to look at the map right now, because what they're comparing it to is the other U.S. territories. So we have the Virgin Islands, we have Puerto Rico, because that's what they're launching off of.
We're talking about
they're going to Jamaica, Trinidad. What?
We were talking about the U.S. mainland. If you're going to compare...
Hold on. We're talking about the boats. So when they're talking about these drug boats, it goes from Venezuela to Trinidad, then it goes to Jamaica, and then they're making their coastline all the way through Puerto Rico and through the Caribbean. So that's the Caribbean Sea right there.
Where is it going to America? I'm failing to fucking get where it's saying that. So this is what I'm talking about.
You're thinking that they're taking boats from there to America?
You're just admitting they're not even bringing drugs to the American mainland. So tell me again how this is.
No, they're not. Hold on. Did you think that they were bringing it to the mainland?
No, but I'm asking you, do you think... I knew they were. I told you earlier I knew they weren't. I told you earlier they were bringing it to the Caribbean.
Nobody has ever said that they were.
But I'm asking you, because you are saying...
Is that
you
Tyler?
Cuba to America, which is the U.S. mainland. Okay?
Tyler the Entertainer?
So then when you were saying that Venezuela, when you said, well, what did they do with Cuba? Do you think that was fucking just... Well, yeah, that's different.
No,
Venezuela is 3,000 miles away from the U.S. mainland, and they're not even bringing fucking drugs to the U.S. mainland. That's not a justification to invade a country.
Yeah, that's not the point. So what I said was, were we worried about Cuba when it's just Cuba, or were we worried about Cuba because it was the Cold War and there was a certain entity that was occupying Cuba? What were we afraid of?
It's hilarious, too, because I love how you're comparing the Cold War. Fucking the Soviets sent nuclear weapons to Cuba.
There you go.
Okay, so you don't fucking... You're going to compare Maduro and his fucking shitty regime to fucking Fidel Castro?
Yeah, maybe you're not listening. So the objective of the game is to make sure that other adversarial countries don't align with people in our backyard to occupy and to off-ramp military type weaponry or research devices in our backyard. That's the objective.
Well, the objective really, and you know it, is to overthrow Maduro, which, frankly, I don't like the guy either. Okay, I'm not a communist. But here's the thing: they can collapse on them fucking selves, bro. Okay, I don't.
Overthrow him for what?
What do you think?
All right, if you had a person in Venezuela that was fueling your enemies, if you eliminate him, then you place somebody else there that would fuel you. You now control the country, and your enemies no longer do.
Okay, I get what you're saying, and America has done that many times, but many of those things have failed. Okay, that's why we had to go in Grenada. That's why we had to go in a few places. That's why fucking Man,
Why do
honestly,
you think that they failed?
well, you do realize, man, like during like the Iran-Iraq war, that we were giving weapons to Saddam Hussein to the point to where he became the fourth largest military in the world after the Iran war. Well, how did that fucking work out for us, bro? I mean, like, I think it was bullshit we went in there, but it became a fucking thorn in our side. Afghanistan, we turned the Taliban from a fucking bunch of ragtags into a literal army with fucking armored carriers and tanks and helicopters. Like, bro, I'm just telling you.
Let me ask you this question.
I understand.
What do you think was the objective
Samoa
for us to be claiming a victory in Afghanistan?
Really quickly, I just want you to know. I understand.
What do you think in Afghanistan means a win for us?
What do you mean?
What would have been something that you would consider a win? Because you said that it was like a mistake in Iraq and Afghanistan, 20 years. So I'm just wondering, what would be designated a win for you? Like, what would the outcome have to be for you to think that Afghanistan was a victory?
Well, obviously, the Taliban would have had to have been defeated.
What if that was never the plan?
Well, hold on. Wait a minute. I know that wasn't the plan.
What was the plan?
What do you think? They told us the official justification, because they had to have a legal justification to invade these countries. So if we look at basically Iraq, the legal justification was that we accused Saddam Hussein of weapons of mass destruction.
No, but I'm asking you.
Hold on, stop a second. You want me to fucking answer and you don't like my fucking answer, so
but what do you think the question was?
I don't know what you said. I'm going to get to it. These justifications are bullshit, bro. We have the official justifications. Okay, legally, Iraq was because of weapons of mass destruction. Okay, and that was the official fucking deal. So for Afghanistan, it was basically supporting that they said that it was that their forces, the Al Qaeda and the Taliban, were supporting the people that knocked down those buildings in New York on 9/11. That was the official justification to invade these countries. So if you want me to give you the official justification, that's what they said it was for. We all know that was bullshit, right? I mean.
No, I'm asking for your why do you think we were there?
Regime change.
No.
What are you talking about? Let's look at it, Samoa.
No, I'm talking about Afghanistan, right?
Hold on. Yeah, but listen, buddy. As a result of us invading Iraq and Afghanistan, Libya with Gaddafi fell. We got Bashir al-Assad in Syria that fell. And we got but Saddam Hussein in Iraq that fell. And so Afghanistan was likely Iran.
No. All right.
Yeah. Dude, we are Afghanistan is bordered with Iran, and we've been posturing in Iran for a while. We do not like the mullahs in Iran, and I don't really like them either myself. But what I caution against is overthrowing these countries and destabilizing the region, because all it becomes, look at Syria right now.
Let me give you a theory to see if you agree with it. So we were in Afghanistan for 20 years. We used the war on terror as a justification to enter into Afghanistan, to hunt bin Laden, and so on and so forth, right? Saddam Hussein was destruction, all those different things. But we wanted to occupy it for 20 years. And for 20 years, we spent massive amounts of money in basically military contracts, so on and so forth, civilization. But ultimately what was going on was this was like the mecca of the poppy seeds, where massive amounts of heroin was being distributed across the world. If you look around the same timeline, Russia's was probably, I think it was one or two, as far as people that had like heroin addictions. So if you kind of look at why would somebody just sit there, a big ass country, military like America, you can destroy these diaper heads as fast as possible, you can kill the camels, you can do whatever you want. Why are you sitting there for 20 years? So then when people say, oh, you lost Afghanistan, the presupposition that they're making is that we wanted to remove somebody. No, we didn't really want to remove anybody. We wanted to wash money, massive amounts of money, by poisoning perceived adversaries with heroin, massive amounts of heroin. So it's not always about moving somebody. It's about controlling the dynamics of the world. And sometimes you have to throw heroin inside of a country. Sometimes you gotta throw
whatever reason, there are people have been coming after Bobby saying he wasn't qualified because he wasn't a doctor. And I just wanted to point out that there
so if you're looking at around the same timeline, now this could all be like correlation, right? But if you look at Russia's biggest epidemic, so to speak, it was heroin addiction. So then you would have to ask the question, if Afghanistan is the mecca of heroin production and America's occupying Afghanistan, where's all this heroin being dumped off to?
Oh, okay. So you're saying that America's involved with the sale of heroin,
with the cultivation and then poisoning the Russian citizens. But if you look at it comparable to what the narrative is for here in America, who are we blaming for the fentanyl epidemic?
China.
We're blaming China. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Hold on. So you really think that America
McGregor. What have you to say for yourself?
I have been wrong, by your lordship.
Yeah, I'm just spitballing here, but
if I am not much mistaken, this myself to be short 1,000 pounds, whose cattle is lean, and whose spectacle is uncooked.
And ask this thing here where your money is. Where he stuck Alan McDonald after he killed him.
You don't have to sit there for 4 years doing absolutely nothing.
Desperate words from a desperate man. You have proofs of these matters.
The actual
my word on it.
I think it will take more than that.
And you have the nature of this time here. Your lordship
I
cannot
can
tell what is true or what is not.
because, that's not the only reason. So I'm sure there's a multitude of reasons. I think we can probably both be right. Here's the thing that I'm a little skeptical of, but maybe you're right. I know that we got synthetic, they can make synthetics like opiates now and all that, so they no longer need natural fucking shit to, they don't need like opium to make this shit. You understand that, right? It's also,
you're not looking at that accurately. So let's say you're in the lab, you're in the how do you not possibly be produced and have the amount in Afghanistan? You have to secure the amount in Afghanistan, but you don't have enough position.
Yeah. Well, I've heard about this before, about the upstream, and it does make sense a little bit because think about how big our pharmaceutical industry is. But I don't think that's just the only reason, dude. It wasn't just about. It probably was a multitude of reasons. You think about it, there's lots of energy over in that region. Obviously, lots of power projection that we can project on Iran, other countries around that place. Israel is our main ally, and they hold a lot of influence over us. Those countries coincidentally do surround Israel. And so that probably has, there's a number of reasons of why we do that. I'm just saying, I know what America's doing, and it kind of bums me up because it's so expensive. And this justification to fight Venezuela, drugs alone are not enough to justify this because we'd be fighting, China, putting more pressure on them, exerting more pressure with the fentanyl crisis, because we know how many Americans are dying with that shit. So I think that this is a bullshit reason, and what it is Trump really is just appeasing the military-industrial complex so they don't blow his head off like JFK did, and when he fucking turned down the Bay of Pigs invasion, and didn't want to escalate the Vietnam War, more than 16,000 Special Forces advisors. As soon as they killed JFK, within 3 to 5 years, LBJ had fucking 500,000 U.S. soldiers in Vietnam. I'm telling you, our military powers, the military industrial complex is extremely powerful and embedded in our politics and our government. And if you go against these guys, And I think that him getting shot at has a lot to do with him not wanting to funnel more weapons and money into Ukraine, and him not basically, throwing the ball or entertaining the military-industrial complex. And so him posturing to the Mexicans, and labeling them as fucking international terrorists, which they kind of are, and him doing this to Venezuela is really just an appeasement of the military-industrial complex. It's really not a really clear-cut justification to do it. I think it's going to make it more expensive for Americans at the end of the day. Higher groceries, higher gas prices, higher everything if we continue on the straight path that we're doing. We no longer make anything. We no longer manufacture anything. All we do is fight foreign wars, and look where it's getting us. High debt, high gas prices, high food, and it's no end in sight. I want it to stop. I want to change, and that's what I want,
So Venezuela, you're saying, is also because of the oil, not just...
It's not just the oil. It's not quite clear-cut. It's also, they don't like Maduro because if you look, Venezuela used to be a very high oil producer. Because they had, before Maduro came in there was, it was Chavez was before him. And so Chavez...
Okay.
Yeah, remember, Hugo Chavez came in. He got elected by the people, telling them he was going to help them and stuff. Give back, take the money from the rich corporations, give it to the poor because they have huge oil reserves. So they had ExxonMobil and Halliburton and a bunch of international companies that were in there producing their oil, and they were fucking making lots of money. And the country was two people. They had their rich people, their poor people, just like America. But people didn't like that. And so they elected Maduro, or Hugo Chavez, and his henchmen come in there, and they nationalized the oil companies. So basically they make it to where these international companies could no longer own it. So he made it to where they had to be state-run. He took over all the oil wells and then put in his friends, and his friends didn't have the expertise to run these oil companies, and so their oil production collapsed, and their money fucking collapsed. And initially, he was giving a lot of this money from the oil wealth to his people to gain fucking popularity, but it all fucking fell out, and now they're in extreme poverty. And Chavez got fucking elected on a bullshit fucking scheme, and he's doing the same thing, and people are getting victimized like a motherfucker. But if you think that's justification to invade a country, then I argue we should do the same thing in North Korea, because there's a lot of motherfucking people that are literally behind fucking bars and fucking concentration camps. This is a bullshit military corporation venture, folks. I'm telling you now. This is not a justification to invade this country. That's what it is they want... They want the oil production on the fucking national market to come back. That's the justification to invade Venezuela. It is not drugs. Because if you tell me, bro, those fucking boats, we've blown about, 20 or 40 up, bro. That's not even enough drugs to justify fucking invading the whole country. It's bullshit. It's because they want the companies like ExxonMobil and all the world companies, the corporations, to control Venezuela's oil production again. And then they want a friendly, like fucking Samoa said, because he knows what's happening. We all do if you're smart. They want a friendly a person who's friendly to America, who will toe the fucking line. And I understand that. I get it. But that does not always work out, and it seems to bite us in the fucking ass. And I argue that we don't have any business doing another regime change in another fucking country when we got so much problems here. It has not worked in Iraq. It has not worked in Libya. It has not worked in Syria. And I argue it's probably not going to work in Venezuela. But they want us to pump more fucking money in there, and we are struggling back at home. All I'm asking is to stop doing it.
Oversimplification. Like, all these things to you, they all make sense. So, I was just looking this up again. So, look at the quote-unquote America's adversaries that we have, right? 2001, the amount of heroin that was being pushed out of Afghanistan was 130 metric tons.
while we occupied it in 2001, it increased to 300,000 tons, metric tons, 400, 500, until it peaked at 800,000 tons while we were occupying Afghanistan. It was responsible for 92% of the global supply of opioids, of heroin. Now, if you look at the same timeline, these are the top 3 countries that were affected negatively through addiction of heroin. Just tell me if you think that these countries sound familiar to you. Number 1, Afghanistan. Number 2, Iran. Number 3, Russia and Bosnia. So these are all quote-unquote America's adversaries that for some mysterious reason were victims of the uptake of heroin while America was occupying Afghanistan, up to 92% of the global supply of heroin.
So Samal,
so we wasn't in there destroying the shit. We was in there producing the shit.
So honestly, all you're doing is fucking supporting what I'm arguing, that America does some shenanigan shit. Now, this isn't me and you. This is what I'm telling you.
You don't remember me saying ends justify the means? Like, what do you think that means?
So, what are you talking about, bro? Like, we fucking basically armed the Taliban to a legitimate fucking military power. And those countries like Iran and Russia and what you listed are doing, I mean, they're not fucking collapsed. They're doing fine. I mean, Afghanistan, the Taliban have came in there and they got forced fucking cleanup. It's actually a pretty successful, addiction program, and to stop these people. Basically, if you don't pass, eventually they'll just kill you. So it's pretty successful, And then we looked at Russia, man. Their economy, no matter what they say, is actually slowly growing. They are not losing this war. So and you look, they're actually in a better position than they were back when we were fighting in Afghanistan, because now they're actually taken seriously, and people are fucking taking it so seriously that Europe is starting to rearm. So I don't understand what it is that, it didn't really help. I mean, but what you're saying is plausible. I don't know if it is.
One of the biggest criticisms of America, or one of the biggest analysis that's offered for America, is the only way that it's going to implode is from within. So whenever you attack a country covertly, you don't have to attack them overtly. So you can do both of them at the same damn time. You can cripple them with economic sanctions.
They're probably pumping in fentanyl because they're,
Fentanyl.
So I think we agree on a lot of things.
Hold on. So first, I'm saying that I don't care about the means. Like when you're going down your list of justifications, as long as we stay on top. So I'm the type of guy.
I don't think we will stay on top if we don't change course somehow.
Well,
we got to start manufacturing more. We got to start bringing money back. Americans have got to start doing better.
I think that you're kind of projecting. Yeah, so I think you're kind of projecting your experience.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at the stats where if you look it up, bro. Actually, what does it say? It's 70% of Americans have less than $2,000 in their savings account. Most Americans cannot afford a house nowadays. Most Americans.
Talking point.
No, it's the truth. Dude, I'm telling you the truth. Let's look it up ourselves. Look it up just this in 2025 or 2024. 80% of new vehicles that were sold were through loans. So only 20% of these vehicles that were bought, new vehicles, were actually paid through cash or paid in full. So they're all loans. You know what that is? That's an indicator. That's an indicator that Americans are struggling. I'm telling you, bro, you cannot sit there and if you're doing so good, Samoa, in your bubble, that's great. But you have to look at the facts of a lot of Americans.
I think that you're doing that.
No, I'm not, bro. Dude, a lot of Americans are fucking struggling.
Yeah, I don't think so, bro. No, the point that I'm making is that could be something that is factual, but it's not the same thread as far as what the country's business is. Sometimes the people who are within a country have to go through some turmoil for the country to be able to sustain long term, because there's long term investments that are going to pay off. So you're going to see ebbs and sustainable and long term, then that's something that you could wrestle with.
That would be great.
You're sacrificing.
Samoa, that'd be great if this was a cartoon and it was just fucking a fairy tale and fucking things worked out like that. But if you look, we have installed many people in countries and it has fucking absolutely resulted in disaster. We installed the Shah of Iran in fucking in Iran. We installed.
You gotta stop looking backwards, bro.
No, it's the truth because I'm a student of history. If you are not a student of history, if you don't think humans are about the same, just because there's a new day and age or just because of new technology, humans are the same. Humans are the same, bro. And so what it is humans. This is gonna happen.
Humans learn from the history?
No, we don't. And that's the thing. That's the problem. Is humans don't learn from their history. And that's the thing, Samoa.
So then
We don't learn from the history.
Mountain, so why do you keep bringing it up if you know you're not learning nothing from it?
What I'm saying is humans don't learn or fucking correct themselves. So, like you saying that you thinking that this will be different if we just overthrow Venezuela. That's not exactly what you're saying.
No,
that's exactly what you're saying. I heard
this is what I'm saying. I'm saying if I keep throwing an overhand right and it keeps popping you in the eye, why would I throw a different punch?
Because that's not how this is working. It's not always been that successful.
Well, hold on. Well, by your admission, people don't learn from their mistakes or their history.
So you're telling me that if you keep on throwing an overhand right, that why change it? But then I can't fucking go back and look back at history. America is not even that fucking old. And I'm telling you, we started doing this regime change thing relatively recently, within the last 120 fucking years. And it has not been that successful. It has not been that successful.
Well, the only point I'm making is that America, like, there's certain people that are flying a plane, like pilots in the flight deck, and we're on the passenger side. And I'm saying, as long as I don't feel any turbulence, I feel safe.
You're going to. That's what I'm saying. Maybe not right now. So what it is that it's just anecdotal. Your anecdotal feelings for you yourself.
You're actually projecting right now.
No, because you just said that. That's what I'm saying. I'm repeating what you said.
No, I'm not talking about me personally. I'm talking about me as the citizen. That's why I said we're sitting on an airplane.
So as long as you're good, as long as we're good. But maybe not everybody is good. That's what I'm saying, Samoa.
Hold on, that's why I'm using the analogy that if we were all on the same airplane, we would all feel the same turbulence.
Well, I'm telling you that you will see it in the next. If you don't see it now, you will eventually see it. That America and this fucking path that we are currently on of not producing anything and fighting forever wars, and Americans, by and large, not enough. Barely anything. Since NAFTA was...
We're the top distributor and seller of energy to the world. Okay, like that's the... that's
but
why
we
prices
actually...
are so low.
Hold on. We have to make things, though. Actually manufacture things, okay? We can't have China making everything of cheap quality. We gotta actually produce things and have good quality. We don't make good cars anymore. We don't make fucking good anything anymore, bro.
So then why is Ford and all these companies coming to America to open up plants? Like Ford right now was praising the tariffs because...
I was gonna say, I mean, fucking, like, a lot of their shit made in Mexico.
No, we have a 25% tariff for any cars that are being imported. The reason why Ford, and you guys can look this up right now, Ford CEO praises tariffs because it protects the domestic business scene. So companies here don't have to compete with cheaper cars that are being flown in. That's why Toyota makes specific cars here in America so they can dodge the tariffs. That's why car companies are opening up.
I don't really believe what Ford's doing because they were caught in 1993 using slave labor in Russia. Dude, Ford is not that ethical.
Who cares? Bro, like, why are you always on your moral horse here? Who the hell cares?
Because, bro, I'm telling you, man, they can lie to Trump all they want and say they're going to be bringing it home, but I don't fucking buy it.
No, wait, hold on. No, the tariff is specific. That's why Canada is at an uproar.
any cars that are made here dodge the 25% tariff. That's why you see Ford dealerships right now putting up our prices are the same. They're not affected by tariffs. You can look on you can look online.
Right. I mean, honestly, I think that's like I say. I mean, I support tariffs. I mean, I support tariffs because I'm a student of history and I know.
No, you can't support tariffs if you're complaining about the grocery prices.
Why is that?
Because the tariffs are directly the reason why grocery prices are up.
Oh my God, dude! Are you telling me grocery prices were not expensive? Grocery prices were not expensive before fucking Trump got in because my grandparents owned 2 grocery stores, dude. And I'm telling you, grocery prices were expensive before Trump got in office. Grocery prices went up.
And for the second conversation, let's go ahead and let Omar get on the stage after you
go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. Bro, just jump in, bro. Just elbow mountain.
So I'm saying this right. I'm in transportation, right? I own a truck company, and I haul steel and wood, and trust me, those guys are feeling it. They're all complaining. A lot of them saying, like, man, I voted for Trump. And this is like white America, man. Down south, they're pissed. Their business are going out.
Because these tariffs. What the hell are you saying yeah for? You over here talking about, affordability and groceries and he's telling you it's because of the tariffs. You're like, I love tariffs. I love them.
No, dude. Samoa, did you ever smoke weed?
Nope.
Never?
Nope.
Why not?
Because I always want to be in control.
All right,
That's
so
the way my brain works.
Do you know how the weed game works, though, a little bit?
Of course. I used to run dispensaries 2011 to 2014.
All right.
What state? California?
Washington State. We were the first ones to legalize it.
So this is really why, trying to simplify it, why our shit's so expensive. So
yeah, I have massive grow ops, bro. And so
awesome. So when I used to buy weed when I was 15, I never knew the guy who had the weed. I always had to find someone who knew the guy who had the weed, right?
Right, so a go-between, right?
Right. So a go-between. So when it's going between a bunch of hands, these motherfuckers are gonna pinch it. Slowly but surely, they're gonna get their fee, right? You know, the fee of transportation, the fee of shipping, whatever. It's almost like America. So finally, when I started finding the guy who had the weed, shit got cheap as fuck. It was my dad, but it doesn't matter. Like my dad or whatever. But you know, like or a guy who had the fucking weed. You know, the bulk amount to the fucking hand. Only happened when I turned to be an adult because they used to pump me as a kid. So anyway, you know, that's the same thing here, bro. If America is making shit, obviously it's going to be a lot cheaper to ship that stuff across state lines or in America. When you got a bunch of fucking hands going through with this global supply chain, everyone wants their cut. I want to make boats, Samoa. That's my fucking plan. I'm a plastic welder on the side. I eventually want to make high-density polyethylene boats for America. I understand that I can only make money off this. That I can only really be successful if I make it as affordable as possible with having quality. So what I want, because my mom was like, well, you need to go and find, dealerships or outdoor stores like Cabela's to sell your stuff. And I said, no, Mom, because those people are obviously going to want their fucking cut. If those stores, those stores want to sell your product, you're going to have to fucking take a big cut on that, right? Same thing, man, with all the shipping and stuff. So that's what's happening here. Bro, we get these goods shipped across the fucking ocean from China, and then fucking the dickhead gets it at the port, and then it goes on a train, on a fucking semi to Salt Lake City. This is where my grandparents are getting their goods for. We have super value,
but the tariffs
all
are
this shipping costs money, is what I'm saying. So when NAFTA was implemented in 1994, signed by Bill Clinton, we got fucked in the ass. All it was basically corporations were able to go across the fucking ocean and make their fucking goods for cheaper using cheap labor, slave labor. All NAFTA did was fuck us. NAFTA is the result of us not manufacturing anything and the result of our goods being so expensive. Plus, the forever wars, dude. I'm telling you, if we made our own fucking shit, Samoa, it would be a lot cheaper, like it used to be. You know, and that's all we want, man. Like, that's all I want.
How the hell could things get cheaper if you're paying? Yeah, like how could it get cheaper if you're paying people $20 an hour?
Yeah, bro.
Because it's still cheaper in the long run. It's still cheaper in the long run. Yeah, it can be. Yeah, absolutely, it can be. Yeah.
No, bro.
Americans have standards.
So,
bro. No,
that's
bro,
fucking.
bro.
Go ahead,
Pay
Omar.
me a couple grand to move $1 million worth of product, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like these container ships, these tractor trailers, we're hauling a lot of fucking value in product, and they're really paying us pennies.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a cost of transportation, but I don't think it's equivalent to what it costs to produce here, to be honest.
Why is that when things were when you can fucking buy a vehicle that was made in America for a lot cheaper back in the day, or you can fucking buy a house that was made in America for things were fucking more affordable and of higher quality back in the day. And Samoa wants to talk about the end, the means to an end, or you know what the ultimate goal is. Yeah, you might pay a little bit more, you know. I don't think that we'll pay that much. I mean, more. But the product is going to be of higher quality, of higher goods. And we can go back to that, buddy. And listen to me. Do you really think it's cheaper when we have shrinkflation happening everywhere? Do you really think it's cheaper when our fucking vehicles are being replaced by plastic fucking parts, dude? I'm telling you, quality is going down. Cost-cutting measures are going fucking up. You know?
I think it's going to cause us to creatively think of ways to produce cheaper. That's what's going to happen. We're going to be more innovative. We're going to figure out ways.
Listen, Omar, we can make affordable, good products. Okay, I'm telling you, you just don't know, man. Like, when people are lying to you, bro, if you try to say that we cannot make that things cannot be more affordable, because they used to be more affordable and better quality, and we made them. So don't tell me that fucking things can't be that way. You know, understand?
They were more affordable at the time, and all we did was kind of go somewhere where they were producing it cheaper, but for some reason they're harder, and now it's more expensive. It makes no sense. I get what you're saying.
Our quality's going down. Our fucking, that's just the truth. The quality's going down, and the price is going up, and things are shrinking, dude. It's getting smaller. You know, it's weird. And the CEOs are getting paid more. So I don't buy this. I think that this is what the CEOs and the rich motherfucking corporations convince you people to believe in. That's not, you know.
What is the cost of that boat that you want to build?
So I want to make boats so there's 3 models I want to make, and they're going to be 10, 12, and 14 foot long. High density polyethylene, so that's like what those canoes and kayaks are made out of, or your milk jugs. Really good shit, affordable, tough, you know. Initially, this is before COVID. I kind of got a little, you know, my plans changed a little after COVID. It was going to be below $1,000 for the 10-foot. Yep.
No way.
On my life. Yeah, because these are John boats. You know what a John boat is? Okay, a John boat is just your aluminum fucking boat, bro. Like before aluminum got so high, bro, boats of that size were around $1,000. But
what is the cost? Retail cost. So I'm looking right now, $24.50 about. So you're gonna make those kind of boats? I'm looking at some boats right now. I mean, what is the style of boat?
Type in JON, John. It's not JOHN. Type in JON boat.
Probably has some
type in listen to me. Type in 10-foot aluminum John boat. 10-foot aluminum John boat.
Okay. The 2025 Tractor Grizzly for $13.70 at Bass Pro. I mean, here's the prices, right?
$1,370.
Does that sound cheap?
No, that's good. Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so I was gonna sell my boats for under $1,000.
Oh, you're gonna sell it for under $1,000. What's your cost? Around $300
to make it?
Or 500? Yeah, about 500.
So material cost was $150 because I buy my sheets. They're 4x8 sheets of plastic, high density polyethylene. And so I have an extrusion welder. I'm certified plastic welder. And so material costs were $150, and labor cost, it was going to be basically $250, about $300, $250 to $300 to make it. That's material cost and labor.
Why do you think they're not using that type of material now?
I'm still going to.
No. What I'm saying is this: why isn't the industry or are some people doing it?
They are starting to. So aluminum. So this is the problem. Why I liked. So I run boats on rivers, shallow rivers, and so when I started doing it, I tried doing it with aluminum boat, and I sunk my fucking boat damn near because I popped a hole right in the back of it. Like, it was awesome for about 300 yards, and then I fucking hit a rock, dude, and popped a golf ball size hole in the back of my boat. And I fucking turn around. This is on the Powder River in eastern Montana. And I turn around and I fucking barely get back, dude. My boat was damn near half near full. And I was like, fuck, dude. How am I? Because I've always wanted to run on the rivers. So I was like, how am I going to be able to do this? So I researched for quite a while on a bunch of exotic materials. Initially, I looked at plastic, high density polyethylene, and thought, it's heavy, I need something better. So I looked at a bunch of basically, what is it? Fabric. What do they call that? Fucking not fiberglass, but it's just it's like a fabric material that you fill with epoxy, and very expensive and hard to repair. So I was like, fuck, bro, I need to figure out something that I can repair and that is affordable and tough. And so I settled on high density polyethylene, which was your milk jug plastic. And I got a boat, the Coleman's Canoe, which is like a flat bottom plastic canoe that's like flat back. You ever heard of those? Anyway, I started running one of those, dude, like on the fucking river to test it out, and I found that it was very tough. It can get in shallow water, and it slides right over the rivers. I actually have a YouTube channel, and I will never tell you about it. But I run long. Yeah, it's like long-tailed mud motors from Thailand. With long tails.
Let me ask you this: have you ever produced one and sold it yet? Or tried to?
No. Why not? Because you can be sued by the federal government for $80,000 per boat civil suit if you don't get a manufacturer's identification key first. Basically, have you ever looked on the side of a boat and you see that little fucking picture that shows how many people can be in it and its horsepower capacity?
Yes.
Any of those boats, right? If you do not get one of those, for each boat you sell, you can be sued $80,000 per boat. Because you have to make sure that your boat basically passes a few regulations, guidelines, to be able to be sold in America. You have to have horsepower capacity license key, and you have to get signed up.
So do you need a certain the location, or just a
No, you just have to. You have to. I didn't think it was possible. I thought it was some fantasy, like some fairy tale. But the people that I buy my plastic from make boats, and they're called Legacy Innovations, and they're in Rosette, Wyoming, and so that's where I get my. They make boats themselves, and they told me how to do it. And so you just go on the Coast Guard website. You got to fill out some information. They call you and you set up a meeting, and they go and visit your facility and make sure your facility is legit, right? I mean, it's
right. So you need to get it. You need to have a facility. That's just one of the costs that you need.
It could even be a garage. It could even be a garage. Wow. But you have to have a dry, legitimate space, okay? And then your boat, you have to have a horsepower capacity rating. So basically, your boat has to be a certain length and a certain width to be able to have an engine on it. If it's too small and too narrow, you're not even legally allowed to have an engine on it. And they explain through videos and training that, and I've done all this, that they're tired of picking people up out of the fucking ocean that are dead. And it's funny because
what the fuck?
Yeah, they're not even fucking around. Like, they even say it. Like, they're tired of picking dead people out of the water. And so that's why the laws are so stringent in America. Like, a lot of people.
Yeah.
What?
The place you get your plastic from is called Legacy.
Legacy Innovations. Look it up.
Okay, so I did some research already, right? While you're talking. All right, I looked up. But it's different. Legacy HDPE. That's different.
No, that's them. That's them.
That's them.
Yep. HDPE stands for high density polyethylene.
Right. Yeah. There are a few producers of it, but no. I love talking to entrepreneurs. I love startups and stuff as well. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out what initial investment do you need to really reach that goal. You know what I mean? But
it's a little bit, man. It's not actually huge. Like, I'm gonna be pretty smart about it. Like I say, like I'm working towards it. John talks a bunch of shit down there, all AI, but it's real. You know, it's why I'm over here, man. And so I'm pursuing it. But so also that, bro, like you got to, check him out, man. I buy my plastic from those guys.
well, look, I follow you now. See you around. I gotta get more hours of rest.
Yeah.
I'm actually driving right now. I got a delivery in the morning, but I'm gonna keep up with you, man.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh yeah, I really want to. Yeah, I like that boat idea, man. I'm gonna do more research on it.
It's pretty cool. I'm kind of a nerd, dude. So I'll talk your ear off if you want to talk about it sometime.
How much initial investment are you looking for, man? You don't have that
I don't
in mind yet.
I'm not really sure, man, because it's.
Not you want to. It's sometimes it sounds like you also. I'm the same way. You rather save up your money and just get it done yourself.
Yes.
Because I'm like that. Yeah, I'm like that.
Well, you gotta understand, man. I've done so much research, and like 90% of small companies fail within the first like 5-10 years. So I got to be smart about this. Make sure I'm passing on as much savings to the customer as possible. You understand? And like, I just got to make sure the place that I have that I build it doesn't have to be extravagant. We're talking about like a garage, you know, a shop. And I had a shop I was renting where I lived in eastern Montana, but I relocated 2 years ago to northwest Montana so I can get closer to the water and more people. And so it's a little more expensive over here. I'm planning on buying some property here soon. But yeah, I mean, I want to just have a garage and a place that I own for sure, and then just start pumping them out. And I'm going to target the northwest. You know, we're talking about from Montana all the way to Seattle. I'm going to target the northwest because there's a huge boating culture. Pass on the savings as much as I can to the customer. Let everybody know. Just show them that I have quality and they're good boats. And that's all I need, bro, to fucking start building.
Right.
So.
Right. And always be careful. Of course, be careful of investors. It's always good to show your own proof of concept in your sales so that when they do come to negotiate, you have more leverage. So now you got it. No, it's going to happen one step at a time, man. Get there.
I appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely got to get some rest up for a few hours, but I'm
all right,
man.
Man.
Check back in with y'all.
Okay, brother. All right. I'll talk to y'all later, buddy. See you guys.